We're live.
Good afternoon and welcome to council, staff, and members of the public. Before we begin today's meeting, I'd first like to acknowledge the passing of our councillor Cathy Moore and take a moment to reflect on her contributions to our council and to our community. As the mayor of the Township of Cabin-Monaghan and member of our council, we have all been very fortunate to have had the opportunity to serve together with Councillor Moore over the course of the past 3 years. When we think of Cathy, we think of someone who absolutely loved her community, and furthermore, a community that loved her. Cathy knew everyone or a family member of someone who knew someone. She contributed to all aspects of life in our community, raising 2 successful children, Ryan and Jennifer, and as owner-operator of Bridget Anastasia's Gifts and Home Decor and co-owner of Dennis Moore Auto Repair. Cathy is committed to customer service above and beyond. My first recollection of Cathy was as a child when my parents would take their vehicles to be serviced at their garage. She knew everybody and everything that was happening in our community back then, as well as today. Campaigning alongside Cathy during the 2018 municipal election, I was in awe at the quantity of election signs prominently displayed on lawns across Cavan supporting Cathy. It was a true testament to her lifelong commitment to know her community, to care for her community, and of the residents that live there. When she was elected to office, Cathy made a commitment to always follow up with her constituents and stand up for what she believed in, and that she did. As committed to timely responses as the rest of council is, Cathy was consistently the first to respond to residents. Despite her health challenges, it never slowed Cathy down or took away from her commitment to serve our residents. On contentious topics, and every council has them, with emails, text messages, and phone calls coming in at all hours of the night, she answered every one of them. It certainly wasn't easy for Cathy, made even more difficult during her battle for her life, but she never let that slow her down. Her commitment and dedication to our community never changed, even when she was not well. When our meetings turned virtual, her husband Bill ensured Cathy always remained connected. Cathy was always well prepared for council meetings and was certainly the best dressed one in the room, complete with her diamond accessories. Yes, she loved her diamonds. When Cathy called into the office to speak with staff, she was always very respectful and was liked and respected by all. Our staff summarized Councillor Moore's public service contribution by saying she was respectful, dedicated, and committed to the community she loved. She was the council representative on the library board and the Kawartha Conservation Authority. When asked to provide insight into her time on the library board, the message was consistent to everyone else and everything she did. Cathy was a trooper. She was always the first to respond to an email, always the first to arrive for meetings, even when it was clear that she was not feeling well. Her comments were very well received and considered, and her background as a self-employed businesswoman brought a different perspective to the board. Cathy always had a positive word grounded in common sense. We always knew what matters were important to Cathy, such as a new fire hall with an ambulance base, and her vision for redevelopment of the Kawartha Downs and development of Fraserville, among other interests. Cathy in the community. Cathy Moore's tireless efforts towards those goals was never out front in the headlines where people would notice, but rather behind the scenes in a less conspicuous manner. That's where the real work is done. She worked tirelessly behind the scenes towards the goals and interests that she had set out to accomplish for the betterment of the entire community. Drawing upon her agricultural past, those were the fields that Cathy Moore worked. Nearing the end of this term of council, it will be synonymous with harvest season. For the seeds that Cathy has sowed are just beginning to blossom and will mature before all of us as her legacy to our incredible community. On behalf of council, staff, and the entire community, we send our deepest condolences to her family. I just ask that we take a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. We will now begin our special council meeting today, specifically for the purpose of a budget. So I will call to order our special council meeting on this Thursday, January 20th. We have before us our agenda, and we do have a requested additions from staff. Ms. Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to council. There were 2 items that were on last Monday's meeting that was postponed. Both of those items could possibly have a budget implication. So therefore, staff is seeking council's support to add them to today's meeting. I have broken them out individually. There are two for consideration by council today. One is the delegation from April Foster and Chris Anu from Kawartha Pine Ridge District School Board EDGE Program Expansion Project. So I'm looking to see if council is interested in adding them to today's agenda. If council does not, they would go just as per the postponement of Monday's meeting, it would go to next Monday, which is the 24th.
Okay, very good. Because there is separate ones, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for a specific motion for each one, whether it gets added to the agenda. Any additions to an agenda requires unanimous support. If it's not unanimous, it does not get added. And I will seek a motion for each one, and then whichever is left, that's what will go on to our overall agenda. So the first item to be added, requested from staff, is the delegation from April Foster and Chris Arnu, Kawartha Pine Ridge District School Board EDGE Program Expansion Project. A motion to add that to the agenda. Councillor Belch, second. Myself, Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
No.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes.
Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, so technically the motion passed, but when it comes to the agenda, it won't. So sorry, I didn't think
that's correct. It does not pass because, well, the motion passed. However, the addition requirement does have to have unanimous support. So the presentation would not be accepted for today's agenda.
Okay. All right. Very good. I'm not sure how you are going to do your job on that one. Motion passed, but it will not be added to the agenda as per our procedural bylaw. The second addition is the report Public Works 2022-01 New Parks and Public Works Millbrook Depot DPW-2105. Motion to add that to the agenda. Deputy Mayor Graham and Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Councillor Belch.
Yes.
And Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. So under the terms of our procedural bylaw, Madam Clerk, unless there's any other additions, I would ask that our today's agenda be adopted with the addition of the report Public Works 2022-01 New Parks and Public Works Millbrook Depot PPW-2105. Need a mover? Deputy Mayor Graham, seconder. Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Mayor McFadden.
Yes.
Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
And Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. I'd ask that any members of council declare any pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof at this time or when the situation arises. Seeing none, there is no closed session. We do not have any delegations. We will move into, are we going to move into general business and then do Mr. Hancock's report when that situation arises, or is it specifically going to be added as a new item? Question both to Mr. Hancock and to our clerk.
Through your Mayor McFadden, I can answer this unless the Director of Public Works would like to. We will add his report, the report, as soon as we would like to present it. So I believe Ms. Pope will like to start the meeting, and then when she sees fit, we will add Public Works report if council's in support of that.
Very good. Okay, that works. Makes logical sense. Very good. Then under general business, our first item, 7.1 Report Finance 2022-01 is the second draft of the 2022 budget presentation from Ms. Pope.
Thank you, Council. We have before you our report. This is the second draft report. This first slide is to give a little bit of an overview summary of today and the order in which we'll walk through the report and the details with the addition of the Public Works Report 2022-01 in order to speak about the new depot. Therefore, I will do the presentation here with the Public Works following. Because the Library Board is present today, both the CEO and Glenn Spurl, we want to make sure they have opportunity to speak to council regarding their budget as it wasn't available at the first draft. So they will speak first about both operating and capital so that they can exit the meeting if they wish. And then we'll continue on. We will focus on capital first and move into operating last. Next slide, please. So therefore, this second public presentation today that we are presenting, One is today, obviously right now at 1 o'clock for further discussion with council, and at 6 o'clock, an opportunity for the public to speak to this report. We have brought forward 2 recommendations, but it's not an and, it's an or. Either A, we go forward with the 2.5% that was recommended in the first draft. In order to do so, however, we do need to cut the budget by approximately $112,000 in order to meet that reduction to bring us back down. Or council can choose to implement a 3.6% municipal residential tax rate increase. So those are the 2 things that we're looking for direction today. And of course, unless something has been pre-approved in the budget previously, then all the items that are on the table are open for discussion and decision of council today. As a reminder, every 1% municipal tax rate increase does equal approximately $102,000. This particular report includes all the actuals up to the end of November. The final budget will provide all the final invoices that are still coming in with the December information audit, and all capital projects are provided for council's consideration and direction. Next slide, please. The second draft, I'd just like to highlight some of the major changes that make up that $112,000 subsequent to the first draft, as just recently discussed. So overall, between all departments in the operating budget, there has been an overall increase of about $12,000. The insurance premium increase we had estimated at 13% in the first draft. We've received further information and it's actually an 18%. So we were short by $7,000. So that has been added. And in addition, there's been new infrastructure added to the premiums, and therefore that additional $22,000 is also included as part of the $112,000. The library board capital levy request, as of the first draft, we had a 0 levy request recorded on our side, just awaiting them to come to this meeting. So that has been added now to the budget. The township capital budget overall, a net increase, there's a number of changes there, but overall net increase $16,768. And once we move down below to the infrastructure loans and we discuss that in further detail, we have included just the last quarter, last 3 months of the year as a potential debenture repayment of a loan if we were to move forward. All of this is estimated at this time, but we have included it for discussion today and to make sure there was something within the budget as the proposed program for building even just the first building that's coming towards council today through the Public Works Department. That is not likely to be built until late September, early October. So therefore, that's where we came up with the logic for the last quarter of the year. Again, all these items can change. Next slide, please. MPAC property assessment, the information remains the same as what was in the first draft report to council. Basically, that MPAC has chosen to continue the fully phased in value that they previously had before the pandemic. They did lock in the CVA values for the 2021 tax year, and they're doing the same for the 2022 tax year. So therefore, unless there's been a reassessment specifically at a property because of an addition or changes to the property, the previous 4-year phase-in values that were mailed out to all of our residents from MPAC would stay in effect for 2022. There will be no change there. The OMPF, we did receive notice that we are receiving the same $142 per household. It has increased slightly for 2022 to $520,200, which is allocated within the budget. Next slide, please. This is the budget summary. Because the first draft did include the 2.5, I'm showing the comparative to the 3.6 if there was a potential increase, and nothing were cut from the budget presented today. Therefore, this information is just there for council's consideration and further discussion. Next slide, please. In summary, 1% does equal approximately $102,000 in revenue towards the operating and capital budgets. For an example, if there's a 1% levy increase, it would increase a $100,000 property at $6.85. As we know, there isn't a property that you can purchase for $100,000. Therefore, at $400,000, that would look more like $27.39. For comparative figures, 2.5% increase on a $400,000 valued home would be $68.50 for an increase. And if you want to look at it from the perspective of a 3.6% increase, that would equal $97.23 for every 400,000 of current value assessment. Next slide, please. The municipal tax rates, this is being presented with the 3.6% and the calculations as per each different tax class and tax qualifier. Next slide, please. As a tax levy comparison, in contrast to the first draft that had shown the 2.5%, this is just demonstrating what a 3.6% would look like. If you look at the first line increase CVA year over year, that's not a tax rate increase, that's what's happening with regards to our properties. And as you can see, since 2020, in both 2021 and 2022, we're having very minimal shifting there. And it's primarily due to the fact that MPAC has not done the reassessment, and we are using basically the final destination values that were preset from 2020, and really only the changes coming on board from supplementals and changes to properties or new builds at this time. Next slide, please. The operating budget is being presented today, a consolidated department increase of 6.7%. As we go through the next few slides, we'll touch on each department and a summary of the changes. However, of course, further discussion today with council. Next slide, please. In summary, we always provide the variance both in a dollar value and a percentage to ensure that nothing is taken out of context, but you can see there the different changes that are happening per department. This information is further provided in the detailed pages to council. However, as a reminder, the building department is funded through the building reserve. And so that's the second line, and that does not necessarily reflect or doesn't reflect the property tax levy for information. Next slide, please. A couple of the changes of the indexing that has happened over the past year, which are included in this report. They are the same that were in the first report as well, but the consumer price index rose by 4.1%. Our agreement expires for the QB agreement with our union, and therefore wage adjustments have not yet been negotiated. The consumer price index, the construction price index rose 11.6%, and that was applied to the DC charges that are in effect as of January 1st, 2022. There is a change, however, with regards to when Watson Associates is able to provide the study to council. They are going to present early in February. The estimated date at this time is February the 7th, to be able to have the public background study available online for the public to view for that full 60 days. 30 days following that, in March, they do present to council, provide opportunity at that public meeting to receive input after people have looked at it for at least 30 days. And then there's still another 30 days before we hit the 60 days before there's any bylaw passage. So the change there is, instead of Watson Associates coming forward in January like originally expected, it's delayed until March. The user fees and charges were indexed and as approved by council for 2022. Next slide, please. A summary of the changes that have affected all departments is the 4.1% CPI wage indexing, 2% across office supplies, postage, and phone, 3% adjustment to hydro, gas, and fuel. These have been matched more closely to the accurate actuals that have been coming in up to November 30th. Again, these could fluctuate slightly for the final draft. And the 18%, as mentioned earlier, about the corporate insurance allocations, and the redistribution of the customer service retention clerk position across all departments, which did exist in the first draft as well. Next slide, please. Planning and economic development has increased 20.3%, about $98,308, with a new planning, building, and bylaw administrator shared contract position and increase to planned events, marketing, and mileage. The building department, although funded through the building permit revenues, they have increased by 26.4%, again with that shared position and redistribution of wages with water and wastewater and increase to minor equipment. And the bylaw department has an increase of $4,597 because it is a relatively small department. It appears to have a very large percentage increase. However, it's really just additional contracted services and that shared contract position. Next slide, please. Protective Services Fire Department has a consolidated increase of 8.7%. That should be a positive there in front of the 72,000. Therefore, it is actually an increase, and there is an increase in wages of the benefits for the volunteer firefighter complement, amendments to contracted services, an allocation of the deputy fire chief as per the master fire plan, and a decrease to vehicle maintenance and fuel. The Public Works Department has a consolidated increase of 5.4%. It's primarily attributed to the changes in the solar revenues as the report that previously council received last year. New equipment to reducing maintenance costs, estimated indexing for QP, increased cost of materials, and recoverable fees pending. Next slide. The Parks Facilities Department has an increase of 4.6%, primarily due to the estimated rental revenues in the loosening of the COVID-19 restrictions and advertising rent revenue and contracted services. The Office of the CAO has an increase of 0.5%, about 1,298, primarily attributed to grid indexing wages and benefits. And the Office of the Clerk has a decrease of 9.2%. And that again is that redistribution of the customer service records retention clerk was primarily within the clerk's budget and now has been redistributed to all other departments. And then the corporate insurance premium of 18% as well. Next slide, please. The Finance Department and IT has an increase of 3.2%, primarily attributed to the increase in cost of software licensing and support, reduced reserves available to offset the IT expenditures, and partial grant utilized to offset a contract position. In this particular budget, which is new, the library budget has increased. There is about a $10,000 increase, 3.8% in the operating levy. There is a capital levy request of $36,966. As you'll remember, last year, there was no additional capital approved, but rather the DCs that were transferred in from the development charge revenue was then transferred out for them to use towards their capital program. So that's the only comparison to last year available there. Next slide, please. The council budget has an increase of less than half or 0.4 or less than 0.5%. Primarily attributed to grid movement. However, there's also a $3,800 rollover per council member that was unspent in 2021 from the seminars and conference funds that we were able to pull forward into the 2022 budget. The Conservation Authority's budget has a consolidated increase of 3% and committees of council with an increase of 3.5%. The police contracted and services budget is still estimated at this time as we have not received a final number. We hope to have that for the final budget. Next slide, please. Environmental tax rate remains the same as presented at the first draft with the kitchen waste program. Because there isn't the grant availability, it is now charged directly into the budget. The water and wastewater is presented as per the study and the user fees and charges bylaw, and any funds ever remaining at the end of the year for water and wastewater is always transferred back into the reserve for future years. There is no transfer between water and wastewater and the public tax rate. The water service is user paid. Next slide, please. The capital budget contains an estimated $7.4 million in total capital expenditures. Staff are requesting that council would consider each project and take a review. They are here today to answer questions of council. We do understand that if council wants to go forward with a 2.5% increase, we need to reduce somewhere within the budget, and capital will be one of the items that we will look at today. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the rollovers with future year approvals down to what the actual net capital expenditures within the current budget is, and it's $3.7 million. However, of that $3.7 million, there's an asset replacement reserve transfer of $2.4 million with the remaining capital request funded through the tax levy at $1.2 million. Next slide, please. Capital requests, this is the report that's before council that we will go through in more detail, providing you the changes to any rollovers or asset replacement reserve or any additional funds that we were able to acquire or receive. We'll go through in more detail with each department as we approach the end of this slide. Next slide, please. And this is providing the fire department and the parks and facilities. Again, we will talk about this in more detail shortly. Next slide, please. And the final slide with the roads and environmental services finalizing the capital request for this year. Next slide, please. Future capital infrastructure projects. At the first budget meeting, there was discussion about the motion, which was included in the report, with the reduced values with budget construction costs for these projects. So therefore, we have updated and provided new financial calculations for this draft using these items. I know the Public Works report that's coming forward will give you some additional information following the tender process and some of the costing that we're anticipating for the future. So we'll allow our Director of Public Works to speak to that in more detail. However, for these calculations, I have presented based on the motion of council in advance of this meeting. This is posted 1 week in advance of the meeting, or 1 week less a day. And because of that, we were aware of the Public Works report that was coming forward, had been planned for Monday. Therefore, you'll notice on the next slide that the 800,000 is actually matching to that Public Works report so that we could stay current with the information that we had thought council would have as of today's date. Next slide, please. So basically the preliminary estimates are here before council. If you look at the schedule in the center of this slide, you'll note the fire station at the bottom adds to 4.2 million. The Public Works adds to the 1.2 million. However, the Parks and Public Works building, this is the one I want to identify that has changed. Instead of it being 800,000 even, it's been modified to the Public Works report of the 872,104. As a reminder, this has not been decided upon. It is still before council for approval. This is just provided to give you some insight. If we just stay here for a moment, looking at the fire station, because we do have reserves set aside for the fire hall, between asset replacement and a specific reserve for the fire hall, the remaining amount required is actually the portion that we're able to pull from the development charges. So therefore, if we were to purchase or construct a fire station for $4.2 million and these amounts were transferred, the actual debenture wouldn't be for the taxpayer, it would be from the development charges. So the municipality would still go into debt to pull the $3 million in order to pay for the infrastructure, but the repayment would be paid through development charges and therefore would not affect the municipal property tax rate. In the Public Works Operations Center, based on the information that the Public Works Director will provide to you today, we are told that the growth component cannot be included at the $1.2 million price tag because we're not actually expanding. And so if we're not expanding, we don't have access to development charges. So therefore, in this particular report, that is why you don't see a development charge debenture or transfer. You do see the property tax contribution and then grant funding, and that was the OCIF grant funding that we spoke of verbally at the first meeting that had just come in. So that's $511,608. So in this particular scenario, if we were to go forward with a $1.2 million facility, there would be a township debenture of $665,710. Just looking down below to follow that conversation, the second line under the potential future debentures, it shows the Public Works Operations Center, if we were to finance that over 20 years with a 2.62% interest rate, the repayment per year would be $42,700. And that would represent less than half of a tax levy increase for a full year. The next one is the Parks and Public Works building, because we have more up-to-date information due to the tender coming back in December. There are two portions there. One is the DCs and one is the township. If we look below, using the full $872,000 of debt, it is split between township and what affects the tax rate, and the other portion, which is the DCs, which will be repayable through the DC revenue. So therefore, in that situation, it's the last line, Parks and Public Works building, $56,000 would be the annual combined repayment. Of that, $24,640 is the townships, and it would affect a quarter of a tax rate levy increase if you were looking at the full year. And then the remaining $31,360 would come from DCs and not applicable to the tax rate. So this is new information in the second draft that council did not have at the first draft and has been updated to the budget constraints with the exception of the Parks and Public Works building according to the Public Works Report 2022-01. Next slide, please. These grant applications have not changed from the first draft, so they are the same as presented to council. Just keeping them at the forefront because they are mentioned within our capital budget, showing that we have received approval for the Parks and Facilities report, and then also again on the old Millbrook School, sorry, for the Millbrook Arena, and then again for the old Millbrook School. Next slide, please. Investing in Canada ICIP Green funding, we are awaiting grant approval. We've had positive communications to date, but we still do not have approval, and therefore we're still awaiting the rehabilitation of Main Street water main. We're unsure, but it does remain in the budget for consideration. Next slide, please. The grant application intake 2, we applied for an IT modernization plan and we did receive approval in November. And so that is also within the capital budget for your review. Next slide, please. The COVID fiscal impact update, we have updated the operating cost 2021. We have now increased to $30,095 in 2021. So therefore, looking at all the expenditures since the beginning of the pandemic, it's $570,267 in operating costs and pressures due to the pandemic to date. Next slide, please. The Safe Restart funding that we received, $260,100 to support related costs. Phase 1 of funding, which was received in 2020, was applied, 56% to direct operating costs and 44% towards a loss of penalty. And phase 2 of funding, $43,000, is applied for the additional COVID-related costs. So that goes against the $30,000 that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. Stabilization of the tax rate and the asset replacement program. This hasn't been something that we've done too much highlighting in the last number of years because we were successful in phase 1 and 2, but just to bring it forward to council again, to congratulate council staff and our community working hard together to make sure that we're not using the OLG revenues for our operating budget or our capital budget. That was removed back in 2013 and 2015. And phase 3, to remove the OLG revenues as the primary source of revenues for investment in our asset replacement reserve. And we do not presently use any funds from the OLG towards our asset replacement reserve. In 2016, or since 2016, the municipality has transferred greater than 80% of the annual audited depreciation, and including 2022, we've now projected in this budget or presented for council's consideration 94% of the $2.5 million of audit depreciation recommendation. Again, that is for council's review and consideration and not yet approved. Next slide, please. The water budget is presented here. As you can see, that ICIP Green Grant, we do reference it here in hopeful anticipation of receiving funding. However, we do not have confirmed yet. That is pending, and all other projects would be paid for through the user fees and charges as per the study and the projected capital program. Next slide, please. These are the two recommendations that are part of the main part of the report. As noted earlier, it is an or, not an and. We're looking for council's direction, whether or not council wants to approve the budget as presented today, which would be a 3.6% municipal residential tax rate increase, or if council would like to continue with the first draft into second draft of a 2.5% municipal residential tax rate, and therefore we do need to cut $111,708 from the current budget in order to achieve that result. That's the end of my presentation. The next portion that we would like to have presented is the Public Works Report 2022-01 from Director Wayne Hancock of Public Works.
Very good, Mr. Hancock.
Good afternoon, Council, and thank you. First of all, if we could ask for the report to be brought forward.
Through you, Mayor McFadden, to the Director of Public Works. We're getting that in the background right now. Just give us one.
Okay, and once we have the report, we'll go through the recommendations. It just as background, as noted, it was a report on for the January 17th council meeting, and was, of course, the meeting was postponed. So since we are into budget deliberations, it's probably a key point to look at this report while considering the budget. Excellent. So if I could just go through the recommendations for council. First recommendation before you on this report is that council award the new Public Parks and Public Works Millbrook Depot tender TPW 21-05 to Mortlock Construction Incorporated at the tender amount of $773,490 with an HST amount of $100,553.70 for a total amount of $874,043.70. The total tender amount with net municipal HST is $787,103.42. Second recommendation before you is that council approve the contingency funds in the amount of $85,000, which is 11% based on the tender price. And the third recommendation before you is that council authorize a debenture in the amount of $872,104 with annual payments of $56,000 over a 20-year term, with $24,640 paid through Parks and Public Works operating budgets and $31,360 paid through development charges. So just a couple of further comments on this report. You will note in the recommendation letter from Tyler Peters of Greenview, he has reviewed the tenders of the 4 tenders we did receive. He is recommending the second low tender, and he has provided some comments in the correspondence to why he's recommending the second low tender in this project. And based on his recommendation, we are also recommending Mortlock Construction, who again is the second low tender on this project. The second point I would make is that this is a depot, long time building in Millbrook that's in I think great need of repair, and we've been on a shoestring for a number of years trying to keep things hooked up, keep things operating. So I think it's a key project that the rebuild on the footprint that we have is critical to the municipality. The footprint, there's a number of drawings attached to this report that show not only the build plans. It's a pretty straightforward wood frame structure, steel siding, slab on grade. Existing services are to the site, and it is larger than the existing facility as noted. This is just over 2,400 square feet, or as they say, 230 square meters. And it is 2,475 actual square feet. So it's a larger building. It's allowing for 4 bays in the building, which are primarily to service. I've noted in the report, it's kind of a summer facility, more used by Parks and Rec in the summer, and certainly more used by Public Works in the winter time, but both share the building, I would say, almost equally. So there is a better area for people to, this is the layout of the building. There is, of course, a lunchroom, and there is a washroom facility, and then it's pretty straightforward. It's one of the more standard, smaller wood frame structures you'll see in the industry. The siting of the building is basically as where the existing building is, with the footprint being slightly larger. We're not proposing to change anything with the parking area. We're not proposing to pave it. We're not proposing anything much different, but we do want to generally clean up the site. We'd like to sort of eliminate there's some storage containers and bins that are on the site that we'd like to eliminate by possibly moving some of the storage inside. The other key points there, our Director of Finance has talked about the debenture. That's a point that you may want to discuss. It's presently a 20-year term, and she has noted to you that it's financed partly by what's referred to as tax dollars and partly by development charges. The other point I would raise is that And we use these as a method going forward. The unit cost of this building is noted as $352.26 per square foot. And the reason we do that is we like to see where the market is on these typically these wood frame structures. And we will discuss this at a later point in the budget, but one of the items that we've been looking at in our development charge review, in particular with the Cavan Yard, we've been looking at the situation of us having an existing building there in Cavan of just over 4,000, it's 4,100 square feet. The proposed building in Cavan is 8,100 square feet. And if we go back to the square foot unit price, the cost to construct with no fluff, as we call it, is 2.88 million. So I think from my point to council, we may want to look at the 1.2 million that was budgeted or council has directed us to use for that building. And I just wanted you to be aware of the unit prices in this one. And maybe we could discuss that matter at a later point in the budget. On the point of the building itself, I think it's important to note it's LEEDs compliant. We use LEEDs as it's our environmental side that says that we are doing all our buildings to that type of standard, and they meet with different qualifications. A lot of the items are included in the building code, but we like to go above and beyond to make sure that we're trying to make it as green as possible. So I'm not sure if you have any questions on that, but the report is before you for approval. Certainly, Kimberly is available to answer any questions you might have on the overall debenture and what's again before you as a recommendation.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Questions for Mr. Hancock on the report? Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Hancock. I guess my first question is around the contingency funds, the 85,000 that you're proposing. Now, would we debenture the contingency right out of the gate, or would you debenture the contingency only if it gets used?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Huntley, again, this is probably, I think in the presentation by the Director of Finance, she said we'd only look at the debenture really when after you have final numbers. And from my part, you only use the contingency amount if you need it. So I wouldn't look at a front-end debenture of a dollar amount that included contingency. I would wait till we had what we refer to as an as-constructed project at an as-constructed price.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Kimberly?
Yes, basically it's the full capital construction cost, whatever that might be at the time, is what we'll go out and debenture for. There's always a bylaw that's brought back to council to specify what we have done. The contingency that you have, we've provided council with the calculations as if it was needed, and this was the full capital cost. So we're dealing with the actual council award of this tender. We received back the net municipal HST rebate. Then if all contingency funds were used, that's the total 872,104 as presented. We're providing, I guess, worst case scenario, but we would never go to debenture on capital costs. Number one, it's not part of the asset. And number two, we wouldn't be eligible because we're applying for a capital cost replacement.
Very good. Any, Councillor Huntley, follow-up.
Yeah, follow-up question. So is the cost of this already worked into the budget that's in front of us, or is this going to be something else we're going to have to account for as we start looking for things if we're planning on drawing down?
Ms.
Great.
Polk.
Thank you. Great question. Through you, Councillor Huntley, absolutely has been included because the tentative construction dates were somewhere around September to October. This is where I'd mentioned earlier that I'm just including the last quarter of payments. So if we were to go forward with all three of the projects, and if all three projects were completed and ready with debentures as of October 1st, I've included in the current budget the repayment of those debts for that last quarter of the year. I don't believe that that's where we're going to be. just because of the industry, but we're just trying to make sure that something is there. There's a placeholder, and council is aware that we're working on it and including it. It's not off to the side.
And sorry, another
Go ahead.
follow-up question to that question. Is that debenture payment sitting in the operational budget or in the capital budget? Because I didn't see it.
Absolutely. So it's in the operating budget. Depends on which one that you're looking at. So this particular one, as referenced in this report, it is shared between parks and facilities and public works. And so 50% of that is there and 50% on the other side. And I can highlight those on the detailed pages to you as we come to those operating budgets for sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very good. Further questions from members of council for Mr. Hancock or Ms. Pope specifically to this report? Okay, just a question, because we're going to get into the full budget. Do we want this report approved with the numbers in here, or are we going to do that as part of the budget? Ms. Hurley or Ms. Pope?
If you'd like to defer when we approach the capital, because this isn't part of the actual approval of this report, we do have a component within the budget for the repayment. It'll go through operating, annually being repaid. This report would need to be received for sure, and whether or not approval, I'd need it either now or towards the end, whatever council would deem the more appropriate method.
Okay, very good. Council? Councillor Huntley?
Well, I believe we have to approve this report specifically to award the tender, do we not? So we absolutely have to approve this report if we're going to go ahead with this project. So I guess since it's on the table, I'd say, why don't we discuss whether we want to head with this project or not?
Okay, why don't you bring forward a motion and then we'll talk about it.
All right, I'll make the motion that we receive this, or we accept this report.
Receive the report and accept the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Belch, very good. Discussion? None. Perfect. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Very good. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Huntley. That was simple and painless. Now we'll move back into the rest of our budget. Our next item then, Ms. Pope, if I'm following along, will be the library board operating and capital budgets, correct?
That is correct.
Very good.
Glenn is just being promoted.
Very good. Welcome, Carla.
Hello, how are you?
Very good.
Glenn is going to start off. I didn't put together a PowerPoint presentation. We're just going to give verbal discussion. And then I can pull up documents and share my screen if desired, or we can send those along later.
Very good. Welcome, Glenn. I see that you are there. I don't see you, but
hold on. I always forget that step. Sometimes I have to start the video and sometimes I don't.
There you go. All right. I can see you and hear you. Welcome, Carla. Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you. And I've been promoted, I hear. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor and councillors, also staff, and indeed all residents of Cavan Monaghan, since this is being broadcast. Thank you, Scott, for your carefully chosen words on Kathy Moore. We remember her with great respect, and I see before me a virtual dais with an empty spot. We remember her. First, I must thank the Township Budget Committee, and for people who don't know, the Township Budget Committee is the mayor, the deputy mayor, the CAO, and the director of finance. They spent 3 meetings with us in order to make the accounting of our reserves clearer to their satisfaction. And I especially want to thank Kimberly, the director of finance, who spent several hours with Carla working on this. It has become clear to us now that Council is requesting a more detailed accounting than before. Previously, we had simply assumed that the figures in the audit were sufficient. But in future, we are happy to give this more detailed accounting. Ms. Pope and Carla created a detailed spreadsheet of the reserves, and we presented this to the last meeting, the Township Budget Committee, and discussed it. The discussions with the Township Budget Committee were very helpful. A couple of changes that sprang immediately from those conversations was the receipt of the first levy check in December of 2021, instead of usually being received in 2022. And that certainly ensures that our January expenses are covered. The second one was the change at Bruce Johnston. The library had been paying directly the hydro for Bruce Johnston, but it was proposed that be taken over by the township, and that change was made as well. So thank you very much. Two very helpful changes. You are all aware that the library budget was not presented at the first budget meeting because of the ongoing work with the Township Budget Committee. What was in your package for the December meeting was a placeholder budget. Therefore, this is the first time Council is seeing our 2022 first draft budget. Our final meeting with the Township Budget Committee was only last week, and our board met this Tuesday past, when Carla and I shared the ideas that came from the final meeting and possible changes to our budget. The board had a full discussion on these, but please let us present the original first draft budget before discussing any possible changes. And finally, one of the difficulties with the budgeting process is that a reduction in one year makes any possible catch-up or increase in the next year seem an inflated percentage increase. So this 2022 budget is a perfect example. Because we were granted no capital levy last year, our request for capital in 2022 may seem disproportionate. Thank you. I will now hand it over to Carla.
Very good. Thank you, Glenn. Welcome, Carla.
So as Glenn said, we met with several members of the Township and Council a few times. So Mr. Belch and Mr. Huntley, I'm not quite sure where to begin, as a lot of this was already discussed with the mayor and deputy mayor. And it's funny, even though I've been doing this for 12 years now, I still get so nervous talking in front of council.
That's okay, Carla. We're a friendly circle. It's okay. Deep breath. And I absolutely understand the feeling, and don't you worry about it. We're a friendly bunch.
So our operating budget submission has a levy increase of about $10,000. The operating expense increases is the 4.1% cost of living increase on wages, and $400 for a COVID budget supply, a budget for COVID supplies for things like disinfectant, gloves, masks, that kind of thing. And a $3,400 increase in funding for our virtual branch. This increase allows us to subscribe to more databases, purchase more ebooks, and make sure that the streaming services are adequately funded as use increases. Like the library's circulating collection, the virtual branch has both entertainment and educational materials. We only introduced streaming services in 2020. Luckily, it was part of our budget, and with the pandemic was a great addition to the library's offerings. We saw the use of these new products go from brand new and 0 uses to 2,100 uses in 2021. Our capital budget for 2022 is requesting a restitution of funding for circulating materials and funds to purchase new computers for the public. Libraries are different from municipalities. It's not as easy for us to budget in a project-based method. Deputy Mayor Graham, you specifically asked about the DVD purchasing. What do you get for $5,500? You get happy ratepayers. While the virtual branch is important, there are still residents in this township who cannot access high-speed internet, either because of location or cost. They cannot use the streaming services, either the ones that are provided through our virtual branch or personal choices like Netflix. These patrons rely on us for acquiring DVDs. The $5,500 in our budget represents approximately 185 DVDs that we can add to the collection. Pre-pandemic, we circulated more than 10,000 DVDs per year. That was just one area that you had asked about specifically in our budget, what we can show as an offset to that 5,500. Obviously, the pandemic has changed many things, but not people's interest in reading. In 2019, we circulated 38,500 items. In 2021, we checked out 26,000 items. That was despite being restricted to curbside pickup for the better part of 6 months. Our circulation statistics would have been higher, we think, if there had been more budget for book purchasing. To stay within the small budget we had, we would only purchase one copy of a book, causing long waits and disgruntled library users. If life under COVID has taught us anything, here at the library, it's clear that residents see us as an important part of the community, and they want and need our services. So Patty, I think it is, has our budget up on the screen. At the smaller meetings that we had with the Township Budget Committee, we did go through our reserves. I know that's been a question before. We looked at where they came from, what created them. Capital reserves are very small. A lot of it was coming from operating, which was just bringing in more income than what expenses were. As Patty's scrolling through, if you can go back up for a moment, Patty. You stop there, please. At the bottom of the screen, it shows the virtual branch. That is the main portion where we are asking for an increase in our operating beyond wages. And that is so that we can add in newer databases. I would like to get LinkedIn Learning, which is very expensive, but has a lot of educational material. People can earn certificates and credentialing to be able to apply for new jobs. eBooks. We would see a higher use of that if copies were more available, that we're part of a consortium. And so if we purchase books, they are only for the use of township residents. And it means that instead of waiting 20 weeks for something, it becomes available much faster. And streaming services, we still haven't done a whole lot of promotion on this because of the fact that our doors were closed when we started them. But people are using it. As you can see, we budgeted $3,100, we spent $3,125, and we only see the use of that going up. Patty, if you want to scroll down, that shows the summary. And then if you keep going, does it bring us to our capital? Oh, that's a separate document. So our capital shows that we are asking for $36,000 from the township. The main portion of that is for our circulating collection. We still have our ICIP grant in the running. So we are holding over $24,000 that we had set aside last year. And then if you can scroll down a little bit further, go back up, sorry, stop there. In the center, there's the infrastructure and technology. In 2019, we asked for $6,000 to put into a reserve so that we could purchase public use computers in the future. We had intended to put that in as a request for last year, but knew that it didn't make sense for the 2021 budget. So we have the $6,000 moving forward, plus $5,900, making $11,900, which works out to a cost of $850 per computer for 14 computers. And these are the ones the public uses. The $5,635, that is carrying forward to purchase network devices. By that, I mean special routers that will allow us to count the number of people using the wireless connections in the libraries. I have put out requests for cost and haven't quite found the product I'm looking for. So that's why that wasn't spent yet and rolling forward. So that's not a new request for money, that is carrying forward from last year to this year. Any questions?
So just for clarity, so you have rollovers, but then you have this one that's not a rollover, but it is a rollover. And I don't know whether it assists for you to explain it or whether Kimberly can sort of relate it back to the rest of our budget and how we sort of roll over. Maybe it's just being shown in a different way. It's
being shown in a different way. If you're meaning the public use computers with the 11.9 and the network devices at 5,635, if you scroll up a little bit, please, Patty, stop there. So in the middle of the screen, it says rollover IT equipment, $11,635. That is the money that the library already has for IT equipment. Included in our request in the capital levy is another $5,900 that would add with that to make our total for the IT infrastructure budget at the $17,535. Does that make sense?
So is the network devices the 5,635 in the rollover of the IT? Is that why it says 5,635, but the total is 11,635?
It's because we're pulling forward. We have 6,000 already in reserve.
Okay.
And so we're adding that 6,000 with the 5,635. That makes the 11,000 we're rolling forward. We're asking for 5,900 in new money.
So, sorry, say that last part. You are asking for 5,635 in new money?
5,900.
59. Okay. All right.
And Kimberly has her hand up there. She might
Okay.
help us.
Kimberly, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I just want to present just for further clarification. So looking at the end of the year for the library, there looks like, or based on the review that we did at the budget committee level, we established that there was 60,000 basically of reserve or reserve funding left over, whether it be through capital or operating, and we did identify that. Of that, in this budget, the library is pulling back and using most of those funds, where what they're left with at the end of 22 after they've pulled in their funds is $21,259 at the end of 2022. And that is made up of two large components, one being an operating rollover from previous years that totals about 12,600, and the other portion being about 8,400 in donations that the library has received. But they have a plan in place in the 2022 year to utilize these rollovers in the reserves sitting at 60,000. So basically a net resolve of approximately $40,000 being pulled in to offset their budget this year through all the different rollovers with the capital and the ICIP grant, etc. If that helps clarify.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Graham.
Thanks. And through you, Mayor. I think I'm having trouble following along. And I had anticipated there being sort of a summary document explaining sort of the nuances and the progress that we've made, but what I anticipate or expect and what comes through is not necessarily a fault of anyone's. It's just my own mind. But I was going to suggest that, we do have another budget meeting, and that, I'm going to need to make a decision about such a significant increase, and to get the final sort of closed book and up-to-date picture as to what we're looking for and what the reserve picture remaining after the work and after the decisions that it seems as though the board discussed at their last meeting about how to move forward. I personally appreciate and think we'd all maybe benefit from having that summarized in a condensed document to be presented at the next budget meeting, not tonight, but the next budget meeting, just so we hopefully you understand that, Carly, not tonight, but at the next budget meeting, just so we can get a clearer picture of those sorts of changes and nuances, and then make a final decision there. That's where I'm at right now. I'm just having trouble following along with the different documents and the library's perspective versus what these municipal documents say. So I think we're definitely making a lot of progress, and both yourself and Glenn, and Kimberly especially, have invested a lot of time in getting an understanding about how the financial wheels at each institution, work. But I just am still having trouble crystallizing the final picture here, and I don't want to make a mistake.
Very good. If I could add to that, the other topic that we talked about, which is certainly tied into that, is related to the capital projects and how we're going to sort of change how we're doing things moving forward with the capital requests, and how those funds are accountable. And I don't know whether your board discussed it, but I'd like to see that come back in the presentation of how we're going to change things, rather than just giving the money and then the monies are spent on capital, how those dollars are attributed specifically to the project, and whether that involves working directly with Kimberly and finance, where invoices are submitted and they're paid. Or I'm open to suggestions. I just want to see rolling forward how we're going to make those dollars accountable. And I know we talked about that at the last meeting.
And I guess that will require a conversation maybe between you and me, because I don't know exactly what you're asking in that. I don't think this is the place to try and figure that out.
Just in a broad sense, if we give you $50,000 for $50,000 worth of projects, we never really hear back that it was spent specifically on those items, versus with the staff report, we give approval for the moving ahead of how that money is spent. So we just approved a tender. I know where that $787,000 is going specifically to the tender. It's gone. It's going specifically to that. And so that's accountable dollars. The difference is on a $30,000 request for capital dollars, we give it, but there's no closing the loop of confirmation. So whether you work directly with staff, whereby you submit the receipts and they're paid up to the $36,000, or something that's going to make it accountable, that's all I'm looking for. It doesn't need to be all that complicated. And I see Ms. Pope has her hand up. I'm open to suggestions, and Ms. Pope may very well have one.
If it would be agreeable with council, I would be pleased to share with you the spreadsheet. And I think it does provide clarification that the library worked on and presented to us at the budget committee level. And maybe that, if everybody's agreeable today, I would be pleased to bring that up and we can discuss that.
I'm not interested in what the request is. I'm interested for the accountable dollars. So for example, I know that $787,000 was just spent is going to be upset limit on a tender for a public works, the Millbrook Yard. That's given. Wayne can't go buy a truck, and Bill can't buy a fire truck. It's a committed dollars to that purpose. That's fundamentally different. I'm not asking what's in the 36. I'm just asking, and was agreed upon, we need to change the process to ensure that the dollars are accountable for that. And I'm just looking for, I'm looking for a manner in which we can, as council, rest assured that that's what's taking place. Deputy Mayor Graham?
And just a question for Kimberly. Kimberly, Scott and I at least have seen, I think, the document that you're referring to, but based on, I'm assuming it doesn't reflect any of the decisions or discussions that were made at the last board meeting of the library, right? Which is, I thought, maybe again, a lot's been going on, but I thought there was going to be some discussions as to how we're going to manage reserves and utilize our capital and move forward with our capital discussions that were going to be conducted at the library board, because the library needs to get the board approval for those sorts of changes in approach. But so the document that you have that we discussed was prior to that meeting, and I kind of don't know what the decisions were and how they're going to affect what the financial presentation before us is. So that's sort of where I was looking for the most up-to-date information. But like I said, we've got more budget meetings, so we can go offline and figure out exactly what we need, and then leave it to Carla and the board to work on it and get it back to us. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I was hoping that I could that Carla had enough clarity to take that back to the board, recognizing that, and when I say next meeting, I'm with Deputy Mayor Graham, I'm not referring to tonight's, I'm referring to the next day of meetings, which is ironically the last one. So I just want to make sure you had everything intact for that meeting, for the presentation, so that we're all prepared. I don't want any surprises, as do you, on the last final budget day of going through it. So I'm here to work with you or Kimberly work directly with Carla, but is there clarity on what it is that Deputy Mayor Graham and myself have raised, or do we have more questions on that? Councillor Huntley has a question. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair. I in agreement with this recommendation of bringing something back that's a little bit more clear. I'm really struggling trying to follow the numbers on this one, and if you could lay it out, it'd be great. But I'd also suggest that I think we actually have 2, or at least 1 council meeting before the next budget meeting. So maybe like a draft of that comes back in that meeting, so that the first and the only time we see it isn't at the final budget approval. But my second question, I think, is a lot more simple, Carla, and yet it's more to educate myself. And that's on the virtual branch and the dollars that you're asking for. Is that volume driven or is it subscription driven? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how does it work?
It's actually both. So the electronic resource subscription, those are base amounts that we pay each year to have access to different services, such as Overdrive, the ebook service. The streaming services is volume driven. And so they are every time it's used, it charges back to the library a certain amount.
Okay.
The ebooks are more like purchasing books for the collection, but they are, with the ebook system, it's more like a rental that we get access for a couple of years or a certain number of circulations, and then we would have to repurchase the title. So it's a combination of all of those.
Okay. So follow-up question then, is for the streaming services, are there throttle caps on it? Or like if it gets spent in the first 6 months, do you shut the service off or do you just keep getting billed?
Definitely there are throttle caps. I'm in conversations with the companies all the time, looking at what we're spending. One of the services we use, since you've asked the question, Hoopla. They have different price points on their product, ranging from almost free up to, I think the most expensive one is $5 per use. And so we select a price range, an upper limit that we're comfortable with. And then on top of that, we also put limits on the number of items per month that an individual card can access through those services. So if one person wants all $5 items, they're capped at the number that they can have per month. And so I do keep very close tabs on it, making sure. Last year I played around with it a little bit. It looked like we were going high, even higher than, $25 over to me is a pretty good budgeting. I thought we were going to be even higher, so I had the company throttle back the upper price point that was available to the public to use.
Great. Yeah, that was my question. I just wanted to know what controls were in place, but thank you.
I get monthly invoices from them, and so I'm checking it every time I look at them to make sure that we're staying within the confines of the budget.
Very good. Kimberly, can you maybe just give us a rundown on the reserves and that?
Absolutely. So I've worked with the library board, Carla specifically, and Glenn and the budget committee as we develop this, just to pull forward. So maybe we probably need to, yes, thank you very much. So if I could just walk through this, I just want to highlight right at the beginning that the 2 items that are highlighted in green towards the right of the screen, if you add them together, that's the portion that the library board has utilized to commit to the ICIP project from other rollovers. But if I could talk you through the project, you'll see that that 60,000 there, maybe could we just scroll in a tiny bit more? We don't need to see the GL numbers on the left-hand side. And then scroll it over there. Is that something we can see? Okay, I think that'll work. So if you look at the green 13,749, and then below you see 11,213. That's the two components that add together for the OCI, the contribution from the library board for the grant. But you'll see below at the year-end rollover there of 60,000 left over. So of course, if the library had $60,000 left over, clearly there's a lot of underspending of budgets that have been given in the past, whether it be capital or operating. And therefore, we did this tracking spreadsheet to try to identify where are these funds coming from, and if they weren't spent on capital, were they kept for future capital projects, and where are they being spent? And so that's what this summarizes. If we move to the right-hand side just a little bit, and I will go back in a moment, but you can see that in the 2020 budget that you do have before you today, they are pulling down on most of those reserves, where they end up with 12,649 left over from working reserve funds, that's operating surplus. They have that 8,405 left over from donations, adding to the 21,000. But you can see if you look at 2017, 18, 19, and 20, there are various rollovers and carry forwards in additions to these reserves. So what we've asked is for next year's budget, that the library would come back to us and show us exactly this, that basically, did you use up all the funds that you intended to use? And do you really have 21,259 left in your reserves as estimated? If you don't, identify where that has come from, whether it be a capital program or an operating program. And I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, the council would like the library to operate in a similar way that all our departments operate, where you don't get to spend those funds and just roll them over and use them for other purposes, rather that they are either A, returned to the municipality, or B, they're used to offset your capital request for the following year in those categories again. So just looking at this particular spreadsheet, if we move a little bit to the left, you'll see that the first section, it has a lot to do with the working fund. There was a time, 2017 and prior, where their working fund included both the operating and the capital. So it's a little bit harder to read there, but it looks like $9,303 is rolled over from previous years through what they called operating, but it wasn't split back then. So it could have been operating or capital. We can't answer those questions without going further back, but that's where the starting point was. And then you can see that there are additions or withdrawals according to the budget and what have you. So they go from a 4,901, they go from a 26,498 reserve fund combination. In going forward into 2018, it goes up to about 22,000. They are using some of their funds for the various projects. But then we go into 2019 and it's growing and it's increasing. And that's because the IT reserve was set up for 6,000. They received some funding for donation reserves. But then in operating, there's a $17,000 amount there, which is moving that general surplus of 4,889 over. So you can see that there's a number of, they're just rolling forward and rolling forward. So we get to the end of 2019, there's $46,000 sitting in reserves. So in 2020, it's grown again with, again, these rollovers. And that's where they were able to accumulate the dollars towards the OCIF funding. It was basically rollovers or unspent funds from previous years, whether it be operating or capital. But with the discussions with the budget committee, we've indicated that we need to make sure that we're spending on the items that we're given funds for, and to not roll those over or assume that council would approve you to move them to other capital projects. And so this spreadsheet, I think, will give the information that council is looking for to be updated, especially for next year as well, to see, do you hit that 20,000 target? Did you not spend? And if you're asking for new funds, that you're applying some of the surplus. An example would be for the township, we're estimating $250,000 surplus. That's basically expenditures perhaps not needed or additional revenues that come in that are unexpected. And we've applied that. We're not going back out to the ratepayer and charging a higher tax rate for those items. We've applied that as a credit towards this year's taxes in order to come back with a lesser tax rate. And we're asking the same of the library.
Thank you, Kimberly. I think that somewhat answers it. It will demonstrate when the funds have been used, but sort of to add on to it, and we're faced with a different sort of scenario than the other departments, and that's fundamentally where it's at. And to recognize that when council's making, if we're going to approve a capital budget, let's just use easy numbers. If we're going to approve a budget of $50,000 for capital, it might show on this budget where those $50,000 are going, but ultimately we're not the library board. We're the council of the Township of Cavan. So we are releasing $50,000 to the library board to then distribute according to their budget. But at any point in time, the library board can change the direction of where those monies go without any sort of accountability back to the township that actually released the funds specifically. So if we dedicate $50,000 for book purchases, there's nothing stopping the board from changing that to $50,000 of DVDs, and that's how it works. So it's not going to show up as a rollover. That's a different issue. It's going to show up that the funds were spent. And so that in a nutshell is what I'm trying to solve. I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. This is the system that we all operate within. And I'm just trying to get a handle on it so that when funds are being committed by the township for a purpose, that we'll see that purpose followed through. And it's for the betterment of all of us. I'm not trying to be difficult, but our current scenario of giving no money because we can't control it, well, that's one extreme, and giving money and then it shows up all over the place, and that's the other extreme. But I think collectively we can work together on this to figure out so we can meet each of our needs in order to accomplish what it is that each of us is trying to accomplish. And from our side, it's just simply accountability for the dollars that are spent. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm open to suggestions. I'm not asking for it today. That's what I want you to take back to the board to figure out how can we do this. And I would expect it'll probably be a conversation with Kimberly of how we can work collectively together to establish that. And that will also help to address this issue with regards to reserves and that discussion. And quite frankly, in all my time of sitting in the budget committee and having these discussions with the library, I think this is about the most productive conversations we've had as of late of trying to address the accountability and the issues and the reserves, and we're heading in the right direction. And I would just like to see it followed through to completion. And I'm hoping for that we can get a handle on that for the next meeting, being not the next meeting, but the next meeting. Yes. Does that make sense, Carla and Glenn?
I totally agree. I totally agree, Mr. Mayor. And the three meetings with the budget committee were very fruitful, and we will comply. We will adjust and report better.
And we'll figure out how to do this and how those dollars can be accountable. Absolutely. Any other questions from members of council? I think we've got some pretty good direction, and we've got a question from Councilor Allen. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, is there any rule of thumb or anything like that for how much reserve a library should really be holding on to? Like, should they be functioning with a reserve? I don't know. That's a general question.
You will find that most libraries do have reserves because we have IT hardware that needs to be replaced. We have the library catalog systems that need to be updated, replaced every so many years, as well as because we have our own discrete bank account, we need a little bit of money in there in case there's a shortfall for some reason. One library in a CEO email exchange that I've been watching, she has 3 to 6 months worth of money. Now, because the levy check it came to us in December instead of late January, early February, it will take a little while for me to get used to that new redistribution of money. That even though this is called a working fund reserve, it was actually our operating capital. It's the auditors who told us to call it a working fund reserve. It was the operating capital that was in the bank account that we used to pay January expenses.
And you mean capital in one way, not the other.
Yeah.
Our operating money, yeah. So that payroll didn't bounce, so that we could cover January hydro bill, which, I mean, that's a moot point now that the township has offered to remove that one from our levy and put it into the allocated expenses for the building.
So I think that part,
it operates like
Councilor Huntley, I'm going to interject only because you're not aware of this part of it, just so you're aware. And I think, Kimberly, you touched on it earlier. So now you're getting the monies for the first quarter in December, so that's gone. And then you're getting the balance of the money, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's March, the entire balance of the year. So we at the township, we don't even have that luxury. We're still collecting taxes in October in order to cover the final quarters, et cetera. And we've got a bylaw in place that if everybody decides in a year they're not paying their taxes, that we can borrow monies in order to foot the bill. So that float, you're good. You're in better shape than any department we have at the township, including finance, with regards to the flowing of the money. So I guess now I'll turn it back over to you, Councillor Hanley, because hopefully that gives you some sort of perspective.
Yeah, so that's kind of, that was the answer I was looking for. Is it's an operating float more than anything else than a reserve for projects. And if there is a reserve for projects, then it's specified, such as IT or whatnot, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
But I guess fundamentally, that's part of the crux of this matter is, correct me if I'm wrong, Kimberly, but we have reserves set aside for IT at the township as well, and there's certain amounts that go to each of the individual departments, but it's managed as a reserve specifically for IT and then doled out according to our long-term plan. So the monies are put away each year, and that's how we roll it out. But the fundamental difference is when it goes to the library and we set aside $6,000 for IT and an IT budget, and it's set aside to be rolled out, that's the end of our control over those funds. And at the end of the day, if a reserve is built for IT, there's nothing stopping the library board from saying that IT budget, you know what, it's going to be better spent on, I don't know, chairs and desks and books. Like that's the difference. So when they maintain reserves, it's creating somewhat of a problem of accountability. Now, where there isn't a valid point for reserves is when people give donations. That has nothing to do with the township. That's up to the library, and they can dole out that money however they see fit, and they can have their own reserve. I'm not trying to touch that money. That's your money, and do it as is. And so there's a distinct difference between it. So that's sort of where we're at. Deputy Mayor Graham, you had your hand up.
Yeah, and I was going to say to Carla as well, that if there are instances where there are, whether they're capital or operating, I don't know how your subscriptions or things of that nature, if there are like cyclical things that come up that are not in a given year, you said like a 4-year or whatever renewal, we can identify those wherever in whatever line they're appropriate and amortize them over that amount so that you can have a reserve or at least a budgeted amount for those projects. That's how we do it in every other department. When we know there's something coming, whether it's a fire truck or for Wayne, a tire mover, where we can sort of say, okay, that's going to be $200,000 in 4 years, so we're going to put $50,000 away for it over time so that we can afford it, rather than just getting a wham, big adjusted capital budget from Wayne in a given year. So if there are instances like that, we can factor them in to how we fund them as a municipality without creating this sort of pick and choose or moving around these different entities to find that money. If we know about them and there's a transparent list of them, funding them isn't a problem. The issue that we're having now is maybe you're trying to fund them by utilizing other monies, when we'd be happy to just fund them straightforwardly by identifying those sorts of things. So we're getting closer, that's for sure. It's just a matter of sort of finalizing exactly. The one thing that I was looking for specifically is the discussion that I was under the impression was being had by the board about the utilization of the reserve funds. Like there's money in there for operational or an operating reserve. There's money in there for the IT hardware reserve. Like the idea is that we would expect that those would be utilized to supplement the requests in a given year for the budget. Like we're there we're the bank to give you the money for the things when you need them, and you have money that you're not using, whether it's even donations. Like to me and my experience with donations, you better use them when someone's provided them for, whether it's a specific purpose, like a books or not. Like we better utilize those because they're just sitting there otherwise, and the donor isn't receiving the benefit of that inventory. And then they're being asked for the levy funding to offset the capital requests for those books that could have been, that they gave specific monies to support. So that's sort of the one thing that I hope will be highlighted in the report as well.
Well,
Go ahead, Carla.
Things. We do have an asset, like a 10-year plan that we shared with the council a couple of times, specifically back when we asked for the $6,000 in 2019 for the IT hardware. And I know that it has been sent a few times showing where we were allocating expenses, and that we're not just winging it. And as for reallocation, I assume the one that you're talking about is the ICIP in the office equipment that was asked for shelving and chairs. it's basically still going to the same thing, desks and shelving. As for the donations, Glenn, do you want to speak to that?
Well,
Have you
of
got
course,
a donation to announce, Glenn?
Oh, I wish. Yes, I'm rolling in money. But of course, one of the problems with donations, as all of you know, as donors and also as the township receives donations, they often come in very near the end of the year when people want to make sure that they've made a donation if they want to receive a tax receipt. And so often, if they come in very late in the year, we're not able to spend them that quickly.
Absolutely understood. I saw Ms. Pope's hand up. It's since gone down and she's turned her camera off, but do you still have do you still have something to add to the discussion?
Thank you, Mayor McFadden. I just wanted to highlight here, just as furtherance to our discussion here today. Patty, could you just move over to the right of the screen there so that we can see the 2022 budget portion? Thank you. So basically, when we speak about the library, and Carla has mentioned through her communications, they have about 3 months, other libraries have about 3 months of a reserve. We used to pay out in January a third, and then upon final budget approval in February, there'd be a check that would go out with the rest of the remaining balance, the 2/3 to the library sometime in March. And so that's where the CEO was saying she was having difficulty perhaps and just needing to have those surplus funds available to her. So we have changed it where it's a third, and a third. So a third has been paid out already in December. The other third is being processed right now in in January, and then another one next month. So in essence, by February, they have 10 months of reserves sitting there and fully paid for. And Mayor, you are correct that we, the municipality, don't even collect our first interim levy until February the 28th. So we are definitely paying that in advance. And they do have the overdraft protection in the similar permit that we have. And just in looking at this reserve spreadsheet, that 12,649 is really the piece that they're saying at the end of 2022 will be left and available to them for choices based on leftover funds from working funds from previous years that they've had. So when you're talking about accountability and roll forward, that's $12,649 of revenues that has been carried forward, as you could see from the history. When Mr. Spurl was speaking to the donation reserve, you can see back in 2018, they received, 2019, $5,856. And it's primarily been added to in 2020 with 2021 withdrawing of $2,000, leaving them that balance of $8,405 outside of what the municipality has given. So they also have that, which makes up that $21,000 they anticipate to keep or have by the end of 2022. So for clarification, we have provided the funds earlier this year after our budget discussions, and to ensure that there doesn't need to be kept a surplus or running surplus to fund payroll or any other type of invoices that they might have. But of course, open communication at any time if any situation were to arise. We've communicated that both back and forth, and they are aware.
Very good.
And if I might add, thank you, Kimberly, for that enlightenment. The board did discuss this and whether we should continue to have a working fund reserve. The discussions with the Township Budget Committee caused the paying of the first levy payment in December. But of course, next year is a different council, and so can we be assured of that? I don't think we can.
Ms. Pope, if you just want to speak specifically, I know you can't guarantee a future council's position, I get that. But following how we currently are, how quickly could a new council change their funding? And it's a valid concern. So basically we're paying out this year, but come January 1, if their bank account is empty and they have no monies, like what's like when we're giving direction today, they're still going to get their funds in December and which would cover them for their first quarter.
Yes, so based on good faith and past practice, we've always adhered to a certain schedule to release the funds to the library. We are changing it this year. It was definitely discussed at the budget committee to provide it in advance to try to help facilitate, not make things more difficult, but rather make it better for them as well. And we have agreed to this. Now, we are discussing it today for the first time publicly. I don't know if that would be enough, but if we were to make a change in the future, we'd have to have that discussion at the budget committee meeting and bring it out forward so all of council would know that we are going back on that or making that change. That would have to be a very public discussion. We would never do something like that behind a closed door. So I can't speak to what council would choose in the future, but the future council would have to make a very public decision and have this type of a public conversation, knowing that that's not necessarily the I don't want to speak for other council, but it's not necessarily the most amicable way forward for both of us to operate.
So your advice, Ms. Pope, would be that, Glenn, do not upset all of the candidates in the next election.
But I think one piece of information from Kimberly I just heard, I had not realized that the decision made to advance us funds in December of last year would continue.
Sorry, Glenn, pardon me. So we definitely discussed during budget deliberations that we would change this going forward. I did send new schedules to Carla with all the breakdown of the details of the 3 different check requisitions that have been put forward for going forward, showing that 1/3 and 1/3 and 1/3 and documented in writing. I'm not sure what else additional you might require, but we've definitely committed on our end to that for sure.
I'm afraid I did not. I understood that for 2022, but I did not know that going forward meant going forward into the future past 2022. And that is information that I need to take to the board because I did not understand that. Perhaps I just didn't read some of the fine print.
We definitely committed to changing our process, and because it historically has always been later in January and after the budget approval, we've moved it up to December, January, and February as well, so that you receive the full amount by the time we have our budget approved. And that is something that we agreed to at the budget committee.
I misunderstood. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Very good. Do we need any further clarification, or does everybody know how we're going to proceed from this? I know you're going to have a meeting with the board. I don't know whether you're going to have to call a special board meeting, but you'll have further discussions on this. We've got budget preparations, and the suggestion has been made to bring it back to our next council meeting for discussion. And that way, there's no surprise for anybody on the final budget when we have the discussion of something being missing and holding everything up. So I'm looking to Carla or Glenn or Kimberly or our CAO if there's anything that's missing or wants further discussion or clarity sought.
The board already has a special meeting planned for next Tuesday. So this will be added with we were going to discuss what happened here today, as well as the rest of our agenda that we didn't get through. So we will continue the discussion with the board on Tuesday night.
Very good. And Glenn, you're good?
I am. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Very good. And Kimberly, I know you'll make your services available to both of them as need be, as they have questions or whatnot to formulate the presentation for our next meeting on the 2nd. Super. Wonderful. Okay, Ms. Page, as we go through each department, library is somewhat different because we covered the operating and the capital. Do you want any motions or anything to receive that, or we're going to move on to the next department?
Through you, Mayor McFadden, I will just turn it to Ms. Pope. I think we're clear with the direction. I don't believe we require a motion from there, but I just want to confirm that with the CAO and the Director of Finance.
I am clear with the budget as presented today, for sure.
Very good. Excellent. Well, Glenn, and did we lose Carla already? Nope, Carla's there. Glenn and Carla, thank you very much for all of that information. And I know we've had some very productive meetings back and forth. And a lot of time has gone into it, not only from yourselves and Ms. Pope, but also your board that's kept in tune with everything that's going on. So thank you. I truly believe we're getting somewhere here.
I know we are, and thank you very much. And I wish you all the best in your budget deliberations for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you both. Okay. Does any member of council or staff all has their cameras turned off, but anybody need a break? If your camera's turned off, you can take one without my us noticing you're missing. But for those that have our cameras on, anybody want a break?
I took a break.
Okay.
I
All right.
had no choice.
Okay. So we'll move along then to our township capital budget review. Ms. Pope?
That's great, thank you. So we're going to move to one of the attachments that we have as part of the report, the capital attachment. Hattie, if you have that available, I can pull up exactly which one it is. Perfect, yep, that's the one. And we'll just scroll in a little bit closer where we can still see the headers where it says requested purchase or reserve other funding, perfect. And we're going to start from IT and roll through the budget. We will come back to finance at the very end of the capital discussions. So we can roll down and we'll start when you're ready, Mayor, to receive the information technology capital budget. There's $197,226 expected to be spent on the 4 projects. However, most of it is rollover from 2021, trying to complete what we already have in place. And therefore, we're looking for an ask against the municipal tax rate of approximately $9,300.
Okay, very good. Questions from members of council? Is there any specific item within there that we have any questions for? And having been all through this before, not a lot of new items. Deputy Mayor Graham, did I see a hand?
Just a question, Mayor, I guess I was debating, I think we've had this conversation before, but Kimberly, I just bring it up because we just had this conversation at the chamber that I'm on, the Peterborough Chamber, about, you know, obviously servers are a substantial investment. And I know that being a municipality and some of the sensitive data that we deal with and manage, that it makes sense to sort of have our own server, but the cost of replacements can be, you know, astronomical. Is there, I just was curious what our approach is to that sort of infrastructure and purchasing it and having to replace it versus going to some sort of cloud-based system, or if that's what we're doing and it's already been just budgeted for. Just a clarification.
Absolutely, that's a great question. We've definitely been going through the process of a hybrid approach. There's a certain component of the network that we do need to maintain here on site at this time, but we're moving forward with Office 365, moving forward with our Diamond implementation, which again is cloud-based. A cloud permit was brought in previously, so we're in the transition. We're working with the County of Peterborough IT department, who is the lead in pulling us through and navigating this. But we are still maintaining a certain physical aspect of a network because we need to for certain components. But we are moving to a hybrid approach depending on which particular module, etc. And the more the cyber insurance that we pay for, they have specific requirements in order for us to meet, and the county is also working with our insurance provider to make sure that we are secure, that we are meeting all the established items. And of course, an IT expert would be more fluent in explaining this through the county. But I can tell you that when we did our upload or updates last year, any Windows 7 components were no longer active in our system. They were fully removed. They were potential risk. And therefore, we are operating only on Windows 10 Plus, and further enhancements always ongoing. So for a more technical explanation, we'd have to refer to the County of Peterborough to assist. However, we are definitely working through that hybrid approach, and the physical network server structure is the minimum that we need to maintain. But we are moving towards more cloud-based and making sure that our cyber insurance and our protection mechanisms are in place through the County of Peterborough IT department.
Thank you.
Any other questions specific to this section? Now, as we go through today's agenda, today's budget, we're looking at if anybody has a specific item that they wish to pull out for further discussion, perfect, and we can deal with it line by line. If it's a department such as what we've just gone through, information technology, we don't have questions on it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for, at the end of it, a motion to support that inclusion in the budget, and that way we can pull it all forward as opposed to having one big motion at the very end and then it getting defeated, and then we got to go back and start picking it all apart. So if I'm confident that that we have support with this information technology as it is, I'm going to ask for a motion support to carry this forward in our budget. Deputy Mayor Graham, second. Councillor Huntley, Madam Clerk, recorded vote. This is specifically just for the information technology budget as presented to carry it forward. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
and Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Very good. Madam Clerk, is that sufficient?
Through you, Mayor McFadden, I believe the answer is yes, but I am going to turn this to the experts, our Director of Finance, as well as our CAO, to make sure that they're comfortable with that.
Let me know now, because I don't want to have to undo 26 motions at the end of today.
I would like to have just in the motion some of the particulars from the report, as simple as requested purchases for IT totaling 197,226 be approved with the municipal tax rate adjusted total of 9,300. And we can follow
Absolutely.
that
That's-
same type of language forward for all other
That's good, because that
departments.
identifies not only the request, but also the adjusted total for that's excellent. Perfect. Okay. Madam Clerk, is mover and seconder okay with that?
Just with a
Deputy Mayor
question.
Graham, go ahead.
I get the intent and I want to support. The one thing I was thinking about, well, what if at a future date, like at the next budget meeting, there's an IT expense that's not listed? Does it get more complicated to undo that one to add I'm just asked. I have no idea.
I thought I had that same thought, Deputy Mayor, and I asked Ms. Page, and so I will let her go ahead and explain.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor McFadden to Deputy Mayor Graham. So because we're doing this, as we always have in different types of or stages of the meeting, the 1 and 6, we will take everything today. We have that confirming bylaw that confirms what's there. Instead of rescinding, reconsidering, repealing, the next motion would say, for example, that the motion made at the January 20th 1 p.m. meeting have an addition of, we'll say, $5,000 to the budget or to the approval of the IT totaling, we'll say this one, 197,226 with a tax, blah, blah, blah. So we will just add the next layer to what that motion is or whatever that specific item is. I don't know if I've explained that clearly, but we're not going to do reconsiderations and rescinding. I think it will just get too complicated for everybody. It will just be to add or to subtract from the motion that was approved at the meeting at 1 p.m. Does that make sense?
Yep. If it makes sense for you, that's all that matters.
Okay, and just to be perfectly clear, and I'll use just a simple example so that we're all on the same page. If, for example, we passed a motion right now that we do not support the fire hall going ahead, Chief Balfour, it's okay. I'm not suggesting it. I'm using it as an example. If we voted to not support that right now, we could simply do the budget meeting tonight, and we hear the outcry from the community that they want a fire hall, and we can pass a motion that says we're now going to include it. To Cindy's point, we don't have to do reconsideration. We don't have to have the mover and the seconder or who that's out. Bottom line, it's whatever the current motion is. And Cindy said that's a great way to move it forward. So just so everybody's clear, if something comes out now, we don't have to go through a process of reconsideration or anything. This is try and keep it simple, not to overcomplicate it.
I have the caveat through your Mayor McFadden that this is my first time I've ran through budget. So if this doesn't work, the next term of council, we might do something different.
Very good. Excellent. Okay. So we have moved along information technology. Thank you very much, Ms. Pope. And the next section, am I following it in the order that you have it there? Planning, building, and ECD? Or
Yes, please.
Okay. Very good. Next.
So through your worship, the council, what you have before you, and we'll test the theory of whether or not these motions work well or not, is you have requested purchase of a total of $350,849. The funding is coming from a combination of reserve as well as rollovers. The reserves are from Rural Economic Development, MMP Grant 2, as well as DCs, in the total of $130,370. The rollovers from 2021 are a total of $153,879, which means a request to put on onto the municipal tax levy of $121,600, and that's broken down with $50,000 for the CIP, $16,600 to add to the growth management strategy provincial update, and then an additional of $25,000 to official plan updates and studies, zoning bylaw review, and then the heritage conservation district plan.
Very good. Questions from members of council? Apologies, I'm looking up at the screen, and so if I'm missing hands, Deputy Mayor Graham, I just saw your hand. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. John, I guess this is a question for either you or Bridget. With regards to the CIP, we're still underway and working towards that, the expansion of that. And I think there's another meeting coming up. With the timing, I think in the last meeting, Bridget, if I'm not mistaken, there was a hope that we might sort of have that sort of project sort of complete by like the July sort of timeline. So with that in place, is, you know, I'm not sure, there was never the initial intention of expanding or doubling the amount available, but I know we're in a sort of a hybrid as we move forward with the new iteration of whatever is going to come from that program. Is this, with the timeline of the completion of that new entity or however it's constructed, is now the year that you would budget for the expansion, or is next year the year that you would budget for the utilization of the expansion? Is that, and I hope that question makes sense.
It does, and it's a really good question. And it really, you've got potentially 18 programs, which some might be kind of seasonal in terms of, like, if you were looking at facade improvement or building and site improvement where there's construction involved, and that might be a seasonal program. Others, not so much. So you could, if you wanted to, not fund a CIP for 2022 and wait until 2023 and fund a CIP when you have the full program adopted and available. Or you could start launch a program in August. It's entirely up to council how you want to move forward with that.
And through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Graham, if I can add, or the alternative would be somewhere in between where you split the difference, where either you don't fund because you wait till next year, because you will see that there are a number of rollovers from the 1921, the 21 CIP, and then this new broader one, that given the timing, the ask was 50,000. We felt it appropriate given where the program could go, but if time is a consideration, it could also be reduced to 25 as an option as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate both those answers. I don't know what the right answer is for the timing standpoint. I mean, I know there's still work to be done as to what is going to look like. And if that work's not going to be completed until, you know, almost, you know, with the Q3 or the end of Q3 sort of thing, then I'm just like, well, you know, I'm still looking for over $100,000, and to fund something that might not, that will only have 3 months left in the year for uptake. I'm just not sure that's the right way to do it versus putting it off and letting it really sort of be finalized and figure out what exactly it is and how it's going to move forward to serve the community at large. So I think that's where I'm sort of leaning towards continuing on with just the 25,000 as has been previously budgeted, and then having that reconsideration once the program's actually finalized in future years and future councils.
So just for clarity, that's changing the $50,000 to 25. Is that what we're suggesting?
Yeah, that's what I'm debating, and that's where if we're not sure there's going to be a program at this point, there's not. We weren't going to pull any money from the budget from IT, so you know, unfortunately, there's only hard places and rocks to look between, and that's one where I'm just like, well, we don't even have the finalized program yet. There's still conversations going on that are forecast to go on until the summer. You know, then we're virtually in lame duck anyways. So, I mean, as much as I, you know, have been supported and looking forward to moving forward with the program, I just don't know if a year, you know, that we can finalize it and then fund it. To me, that makes some sense.
Okay, that's reasonable. Just a question with regards to like these community improvement plans and the incentives. Is there anything now that we're working on our development charges that can be pulled in from the new community benefits portion of a DC, or how does that work? Is there a possibility of funding this at all through DCs?
Through your worship, that's actually a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I can certainly try and find out more.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And we certainly don't need it for today, and it's more of a DC question. It just came to mind when we're looking at this, as it might be a way to future fund these programs or provide a portion thereof that we can investigate. But it's more of a discussion. Take it offline for our DC thing. Perfect.
Yeah,
okay, very good.
Through your worship, yes, the whole notion of how we're going to deal with community benefits and those type of agreements, that type of beneficial funds is something that we certainly have to look at. And so that's one thing. The one thing to go back to Deputy Mayor Graham's question is that if the program, even if it is put in place by July and that's completed and council makes its decision. If it is not 0, but 25,000 as opposed to 50, that will give an opportunity to identify that the program's announced and that there's funding that's there, even though there's a lot of administrative work that certainly Bridget could attest to that goes on behind the scenes, so that at least be able to, council be able to say that there are those investments going forward. And it's just a question of timing when that next council gets installed. So.
Very good. Excellent. Okay, so if I heard you right then, Deputy Mayor Graham, a motion then to reduce the line from Mr. Hack, township-wide incentives from 50,000 to 25,000. Moved by Deputy Mayor Graham, second. Councillor Huntley, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, are we okay with how that has been particularly written because it's on that one item?
Through Mayor McFadden to the treasurer, I believe the answer is yes, unless Kimberly, you have any alternative wording you would like in there. It's pretty clear, Mr.
That's
Hack,
fine
that
with-
line, reduce it
That's
to
fine with me, yes. thank you.
25,000. Okay.
Very good. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
and Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. All right. Any other items within here with a primary focus on those that will hit the taxes? Councillor Huntley. Sorry, I'm looking up and I'm missing the hands. Go ahead, Councillor Huntley, and then I got Deputy Mayor Graham. Go ahead.
No problem. Through you, Chair. I guess looking at the the zoning bylaw review of 20,000, I'm assuming, and I don't have the 10-year plan in front of me, I assume that's kind of going into a fund to have a bigger review down the road. But I know we just did the comprehensive bylaw review, a couple of years ago. Like, can we defer a little bit of that out of this year?
So through your worship to Councillor Huntley, the idea there is that a couple options are there. Is the last comprehensive review was 2018, so that's the 2018-58. That's the zoning bylaw we have in place. So going on to 4 years, we have a new county OP, and if the township were to go forward and still go forward with the county OP rolled up, what would happen is the OP would be repealed and then the zoning bylaw would have to be updated as soon as possible. So that work would be more immediate. If for example, the county OP does not include Kevin Monaghan's OP, but we go forward, the idea is that we're still getting up towards the 5-year mark and we'd have to update that. So the idea is to identify those dollars. So the work may be later on, but the intent is again for that work to start, and it could start sooner than later.
But I think to Councillor Huntley's point, maybe we can have this further discussion on the final council meeting, because then we'll have a determination whether we're staying in or out of the county official plan, which would have a preface to this. But my understanding is if we stay out, if I understood what you're saying, we would maintain our own official plan and we would not be updating our comprehensive zoning bylaw until we've updated our official plan, and our official plan best case would be next year, which would mean the zoning would be there for the year after. So to Councillor Huntley's point, maybe if we can defer that one, it's a good point, until the final, because at that point, then we'll have had a council discussion relative to whether or not we're in or out, because that'll change it by a whole year.
So through your worship, the intent was to request that money because the identification is to add another 20,000 to it next year. So this is to be transferred to reserves, and I probably should have made that more clear earlier on.
I think Councillor Huntley asked that. Okay. All right. So we're building a reserve.
And I'm answering his last question. First question last. My apologies for that.
So the total amount being accumulated then is it 40?
The intent is for 20 this year and 20 the following year, and actually 20 for 2024. These are expensive endeavors and a lot of work that goes into it. So the intent is to build up towards that.
All right. So to Councillor Huntley's point, we don't necessarily have to put it aside this year. We could certainly do larger amounts later if we're looking to try and remove something in the budget, or we can defer it equally over the 3 years at 20,000. Knowing it's coming.
If that's council's direction, as long as you're aware that it's 60,000 total over a number of years, correct.
Okay. Councillor Huntley?
Well, if we defer it a year, does it become 70,000? like, are we hurting ourselves if we defer that?
We're not going to spend that money, so I'm assuming it's just going into the account.
So through your worship to Councillor Huntley, we've identified for the next 3 years, 20,000 a year for a total of 60. So we're doing simple math. If our timeline still stays to 2024, it'd be 2 years of 30 as opposed to 3 years of 20. Or you can pay 50 and 10. No money down.
Sorry, through you, Chair, but I think what I was saying was if the whole process gets deferred yet another year, so it's not until 2025, you still have 3 years to collect your 60, next year and then the next 2. My question is it still 60, if we push it out a year, or is there, Does the further we push it out, the higher up the cost of it gets?
Through your worship to Councillor Huntley, the intent is not that estimated cost is what we feel the project would cost. The timing in terms of the way we're laying out is to put it in reserves to make it easier, as we've had discussion earlier on other items with respect to the budget. So the intent is that I don't anticipate that getting more than 60, but timing could be affected depending on what the council's decision of its OP and when that zoning bylaw would be brought forward and updated. So it could be that it's done. To delay it another year may be a possibility, depending on how council decides to go forward with being included in the county OP versus maintaining its current OP and having the zoning bylaw reviewed at that point.
Anyway,
I know it's confusing.
Sounds like we just need to earmark this one until after the next council meeting anyway.
Very good. Excellent. Did you have another question, Councillor Huntley, on the other items?
No, I'll give up this floor for now.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Through you, Chair. Just so to clarify, I mean, there's a 1-year difference if we're in or we're out of the county OP, pretty much, and when the timeline will occur, correct?
So through your worship, under the current planning process right now with the growth plan, is that the upper tier, in other words, the municipal comprehensive review of the county, is be brought into conformity with the provincial growth plan as of June of this year. Lower municipalities have until June of next year. And then the zoning bylaw, once the OP is changed, one way or the other, would go hand in hand as to when that would be replaced or updated to reflect the new OP.
Okay. And then my other question, I believe we talked about this last time, but it's slipping my memory again about the Heritage Conservation District Plan. Can you elaborate on that program again? Sorry, I know we talked about this last time. I cannot remember.
No, what I can do is I can start that care analysis here to answer any specific questions, but if you refer to attachment 10 of the package, there's a page of notes that Karen has prepared to answer the question of what is a Heritage Conservation District Plan. I'll draw your attention to one of the last bullet points is that it's an item that was identified in our township official plan and then our strategic plan as well. So it's a goal to do that. And essentially what it is allows for heritage, the work that goes into the Heritage District Conservation Plan is done over a period of time in order to be able to maintain, when you look at certain areas, develop a Heritage Conservation District, and therefore any restrictions, guidelines, take a look at building structures or landscapes can be taken into consideration, looking at the character of that. Karen may want to add a little bit more because she's more knowledgeable than I am.
Go ahead, Ms. Ellis.
I apologize, but my phone is just now ringing.
It's not me. I want to call a friend.
No, I'm going to. I get a lot of scammer calls lately. Yeah, the Heritage Conservation Plan is a plan that is able to be used by residents, property owners, business owners, etc., when they're looking at doing renovations or additions or alterations to designated properties. And it provides clear guidance to all of those involved, in addition to your municipal staff, members of the revitalization committee, and council when we evaluate those new activities. With the Heritage Conservation District Plan, it has been included in the strategic plan and the official plan. I think because of the number of designated properties in Millbrook as we have it today, plus the fact that there's a substantial land area in downtown Millbrook that is available, we're hoping, for redevelopment. So having the Conservation District Plan will provide that extra set of guidelines and information to help guide all of us in getting development that is sympathetic but modern at the same time.
So this is in addition to all, I mean, I'm not on Mr. Hack, so maybe Councillor Huntley could, it seems to me that there is a significant amount of heritage oriented, programs or policies that we have in place already. And this seems like another one. So I just didn't know what nuances are about this program to fill certain gaps that we feel exists with our existing sort of heritage program and efforts. But, it seems, I just don't know, it seems to be above and beyond again, sort of thing. And I just, just with $10,000 on the table, I just don't know if it's needed.
Okay, through you, Mayor McFadden, to members of council, the Heritage Conservation District Plan is a plan for a broader area. Right now, the heritage programs we have in place, we have individual properties and buildings that are designated. We also have a cultural mapping project that identifies things of cultural significance that might not be designated. The conservation plan, the district conservation plan, will take an area and pull it all together. So even if individual properties are not designated, they may still contribute to the overall ambiance and cultural value of the area. So this is another layer on top of what we already have that will apply to a broader area, even if individual properties are not designated. This again is a number that is proposed to go into a reserve for preparation of a plan at a later date. So it is something that there is some flexibility on for council in the short term.
And what is the total estimated cost of the plan that we're sort of amortizing it over, Karen?
I believe that we are looking at probably about $50,000.
Yeah, through your worship to Council Graham, the idea is 10 this year and 45 next year. So ballpark 55. And I think if I recall last year, we had a similar number there, and it was carried forward as well with the idea that at the time it seemed like one of those things we could defer, and that's probably why the number for 2023 is that much higher.
Thank you.
So along the same vein of discussion, and I think we're all on the same page with the potential redevelopment of significant components or portions of our downtown, and recognizing the significance of heritage to it. Is this the study or the report that's going to provide the assurance and the legislative authority to ensure that whatever is redeveloped isn't, in our case, a 4-story glass tower? Is this going to give us the teeth to prevent that, or is that something else?
Through you, Mayor McFadden, to members of council, like with many things in planning, this again is going to be guidelines to help guide that development. It's not going to have a big set of teeth that absolutely guarantee you what's going to come with that development. You do have other tools in addition to the conservation district plan, i.e. zoning and site plan approval, that have bigger teeth. The conservation district plan, though, will give everybody upfront information on what the expectation is of how that development will come to be.
So through your worship, sorry.
So if I could say one more thing just for council's information. So this item has been identified in the budget because it is in the township's official plan. It's also part of the strategic plan. I'm well aware that we're doing a new official plan. So whether that requirement for the wish for the heritage plan gets rolled into the new official plan, whether it be as part of the county plan or separate Cavan-Monaghan plan. Similarly, should the strategic plan be updated, whether that work is still included, I can't answer that. Since I've been around a long time, I know when we did the strategic plan and the official plan, the heritage component was very important to the community. Having said that, rolling forward with the new public consultation for the new official plan and a new strategic plan, whether it rates the same importance, I don't know the answer to that today.
And through your worship, through you to council, I think when this was raised the first time in budget, you had indicated, is this the thing that's going to tell me that I can't, have purple doors or a purple building? It isn't to that effect, but what it does do is articulate and help guide that when we talk about redevelopment and maintaining the conservation, or at least the character of downtown or in a broader area, this allows us to translate what does that mean. And so when we do have opportunities, which we're certainly encouraging for redevelopment of blocks of downtown areas, this gives an idea for council to be able to say, well, when we say we want to be in sympathy, that is what it is. It isn't the 4-story glass towers, but it is on the continuum of, as we try to influence behavior and development, it is an idea of saying, what our vision is, and these are the type of things we'd like you to work towards. And that helps guide staff in its decisions, and ultimately council, when it has a proposal in front of it, wants to make a decision.
Very good. Deputy Mayor, does that provide some clarity? Essentially, do we wish to begin the fund of something that we may not be committed to in a future council?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, through you, Mayor, it's just that, I mean, if it doesn't provide the teeth, I mean, I think heritage is important, but, you know, I think, you know, first of all, I mean, I think we can just defer this for the time being and see what comes in the new OP, because we're on the doorstep of that, and whatever public consultation comes from that process, it will be informed in this. And I don't think it's going to abandon any sort of tenants or I think we all on council value the heritage components of our community and would love those to continue to expand. But I just, if it's not going to do it, and we can enforce some of those, like, I mean, obviously there's CIP incentives for those sorts of, you know, tonalities and things like that. I guess we should just see what happens with the OP rather than, you know, assuming what pre-funding or pre-committing to something when we're going to redo the document that it's founded in. So.
Very good. So if I understand you correctly, pull it out of this one, because I mean, for $50,000, it can be funded in a future year. It's not like a fire truck and we're trying to budget for 300,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a pandemic.
Yep. Okay, and it wasn't going to be used this year. So back to what's on the screen, just so I can see that item. We've got a motion then to remove the transfer to reserve heritage conservation district plan for Millbrook for $10,000, moved by Deputy Mayor Graham. Second. I'll second it. Madam, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
and Councillor Huntley.
No.
That motion is approved. Any other items specifically in this section? And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow along. Sorry, just rewinding back. The GMS request is currently underway to be finalized. And I see all the carryovers. Is that an expansion? Is that monies that we've already committed, or that's additional monies to what we've already commissioned?
There's money that's rolled over for work that, sorry, through your worship to council, that's monies that is the completion of the work to date. There's an additional piece of work which is tied to also the servicing. This is work that's come out through the enhancement. We're looking at the additional 10 years plus the special study area and working with the master servicing study. So there's an additional 20,000, but the difference of what we have left in the project versus the additional piece is why the extra ask of the 16.6. So there is some extra work that's coming out tied to the master servicing plan and completing the GMS update study.
Very good. And that's resulted out of the final work that is currently underway, that this additional work is going to be required. Okay. All right.
That is correct. That is correct.
Is there going to be a report coming forward on that?
Of course.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? So we have.
The only question I had, your worship, through to council, is that we had a discussion on the zoning bylaw review. I'm not sure where we landed on that one. I'm not sure that a motion came forward.
I think we're waiting till the next council meeting to actually discuss that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, so we will to the Director of Finance. Have you put together the numbers such that we can pass a motion specifically to that section?
So Mr. Hack is reduced from 50,000 to 25,000. So therefore there's a 25,000 reduction there, and a $10,000 removal of the transfer to reserve for heritage conservation district plan, being 35,000 removed.
Being 10,000. Oh, total 35.
Total.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So the motion then would be for planning, building, and ECD community development would be 315.
So you're taking 358.49 less the 35,000.
315,849.
Yes.
With a levy request of.
It's the full amount coming off the 121,600 because it was full dollars of 35,000. Yes. So 86,600. 86,600.
Very good. So that would be the motion, but I did see Deputy Mayor Graham's hand go up. Go ahead.
So just again, and this comes back to how we're approaching it by Pat. because we're holding off on waiting for further information about the zoning bylaw stuff, are we still going to pass like it all like we're doing, and then we'll just come back to that next time? Okay, that's I didn't know if we were going to still do it if there were things outstanding, but okay, I get it.
Yeah, and we won't rescind or anything. We'll just carry forward. Yeah, absolutely. Madam Clerk, are you okay with that, with those numbers and the motion?
Through Mayor McFadden.
Oh, sorry, I don't have a motion. Never mind. Don't answer that question. I'm looking for a
Well, you
mover.
sort of have a motion. You don't have a mover and a seconder, but you have a prepared motion from your Director of Finance with numbers for consideration. Yes, you
Very
do
good.
need a mover and seconder.
All right, very good. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor Graham. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Very good. Looking to staff and council. Anybody wish to take a break? None? Okay, we will continue. Next. Next up, we have Chief Balfour with the Protective Services Fire.
Good afternoon, Council. I'd like to talk a little bit today about the number one item, the fire hall design, and I appreciate Council's comments up until this point in the meeting. As the Director of Roads, Wayne, mentioned earlier about the efficiency in his building, and the fire hall will as well have energy and green efficiencies built into the design, and as Wayne alluded to, the building towards the LEED's standards. So to date, we've had a lot of meeting. There's a lot of moving parts, and I appreciate the mayor's comments at the last meeting that we had, if there was anything that we needed. I've just asked for council's moving forward. There may be things, and I'll give one example, like hydro, that may need to be dealt with that isn't in this budget, but we'll bring forward a report to deal with those items as they come along, to keep the project moving forward, to get us to where we need to be for this tender ready document.
Very good. Questions for the chief, specifically on the capital items listed under Protective Services? Just for clarity, I apologize in advance, Ms. Pope, or maybe the chief. For the items specifically to vehicles, 1, 2, 3, that we're putting funds away, what is the totals of funds that we've already put away, or is that new monies that's going to go in to start the dedication towards those vehicles?
I believe that maybe the best chart to bring up would be the 10-year revised 10-year capital.
Perfect.
So I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but it's been freshly redesigned and gone over, so we'll have those. So I believe in the other previous chart, you're talking about the GMC tanker, the Rescue 1, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the 2000, 2000, and 2003, I believe.
Okay, and the totals?
So 2022, you're looking for 50, 25, and 50.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. And from that, we can see that you've already reduced your request, and we've pushed out some of those additional expenses. So for example, the 25 is half of what the future asks are, as is the 50, and the 50, yeah. So they've all been significantly reduced already. And I believe that was from previous discussions.
Budget discussions.
Yes. Okay. Any questions specifically on this before we go back? Thank you, Chief. And I believe it's Patty behind the scenes who's scrambling to pull all this stuff up. Thank you, Patty. Any questions?
Mayor McFadden, I believe Councillor Belch is putting his hand up, but it's just catching the side of the screen there.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Belch. Thank you, Ms. Page. It does look like a ray of sunshine over there, and I didn't see your hand.
Okay, thanks. Through you, Mayor, to the chief. this is a more future, just to put sort of on the radar, is that electric vehicles are now coming front and center for things like transport trucks and, of course, Uber vehicles and things like that that'll be coming in the near future. Are you aware at all of any American fire departments that are moving towards looking into electric, either tanker trucks or vehicles for support at fires, things like that?
Excellent question. Through the mayor to Councillor Belts. Yes, we do. There's a number of publications that keeps me abreast of emerging trends within the fire community. And just to put it into some perspective, there are electric fire trucks, and there's some departments again in the US, and I'll use the warmer climates that started first, but they are moving here to Ontario. But they're significantly right now, I'm going to use the term, a relatively new technology. I know electric vehicles have been around and that they're becoming more commonplace. I'm talking, to your point, in the fire service, they're relatively new.
Right.
And the cost at this point, I'll just put it into perspective for you, because I think people need to understand. I had this conversation with Chief Mellows with the design. It came up one day about, should we be looking to incorporate that? We're incorporating a number of green items into the build, okay? Lighting, heating, mechanical. But right now, we both agreed for both of our services at this particular point in time, to put it into perspective, a pumper truck is approximately, as council's aware, and it's passed a couple of years ago, about approximately $450,000 for a pumper truck. An electric fire truck is about 1.5 million. Okay, so it'll come down. That technology always does, and we'll get there. But it's in the future to a point where if we put something into the new build, would it even be relevant to where that point in time would be? So yes, it is in the forefront, and we're keeping abreast of the emerging changes. And when it becomes cost effective and gets closer to that axis point where it makes sense, we'll be bringing it forward. Excellent question. Thank you, Councillor Belch.
You. No, just wanted to check whether it was on your radar, and obviously it is. It's just, we're going to have to wait for prices to come down and more adoption by various communities to make that happen.
Very good. Question for Ms. Pope related to financing of these vehicles, seeing that these monies are being set aside for reserves. I'm just doing the quick look and calculation in my head, and it appears all of the funds are planning on being raised for each of these vehicles. But given the likelihood of the increase in size or capacity of the vehicles, is any of these purchase prices attributable to DCs, and can those be recovered?
This is part of the ongoing conversation that we're having with Watson and Associates to make sure that everything is captured with the updated rates. And then we'll be able to determine what cap limits. So that'll be part of this proposal. If there are funds available, we can try to figure out a way to include that or incorporate that in here so you can see that as well. But we've currently have the funding in place based on needing to raise the 468. But if there are DCs, then obviously we would need to raise as much through the municipal tax rate, and we could reduce some of those asks. But again, this is a living document trying to push forward. If 2021 is approved, of course, that would lock that portion in, but all the future years, we would continually update with new information as it arises and bring that forward to council, of course.
Very good. And if we can capture some DCs, that would be the gift from this council to the next to reduce the overall expenditures of these vehicles. So that'd be good. Okay. I think we're in good shape with the I think we're in good shape with, we've already reduced them this year. We certainly aren't paying for them in full, but we're in good shape for each of them. So unless any other member of council has any further questions on this spreadsheet, we'll go back to the budget. Okay. Okay, very good. Any specific items in there for further discussion before I bring forward a motion specifically to protective services? Chief Balfour, is that a hand?
Oh, no, sorry. I was just moving my glasses.
Didn't know if you had anything to offer for a reduction, just making sure. Okay, I'll entertain a motion then to, as per Ms. Pope's formula of indicating the requested purchases of 156.18 for the adjusted total of 300,000 in the protective services, moved by Deputy Mayor Graham and seconded by, and Councillor Belch, I apologize, I can't see your hand, but I'm thinking there you go. All right, we got a seconder from Councillor Belch. Any further discussion on this section? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes,
and Councillor Belch.
Yes.
motion is approved. Thank you. Okay, next section is the parks and facilities.
Could we take that 5-minute break now, Mayor?
Oh,
if you don't mind?
of course, it'd
Sorry,
be the one time I didn't
thought it
ask.
was gonna be, I thought that was going to be a quick one, and I'm like, I can wait.
No, that's okay. We'll take a brief break. Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, council is back and we have a clerk. Wow, we got two rays of sunshine. You two sit in front of your windows. We got Tim and Cindy. Welcome, Chris. You must be at the CMCC boardroom.
I am, yes.
Very good. Excellent. Madam Clerk, are we all ready? And is Hurley all ready?
Mayor McFadden, yes, we are at this end.
Okay, excellent. All right, Parks and Facilities. Do you want to say a few words at first, Chris, to get us started, or do you want to
sure.
open up for discussion? Okay, go ahead.
I'll start with Maple Leaf Park here because we did have direction to come back with some different numbers on that one. So our last draft, we had $25,000 for a structural review on both shelters. We did have a review since then. The result of that, we haven't got the report back yet, but verbally, the results are the old shelter that we're using for storage. The recommendation is to demolish that shelter at a price of $20,000. The concession booth shelter, there is foundation issues on the northeast corner of the building. With that one, we'll need to do an exploratory dig when the ground is clear to see what is wrong with the foundation or the footings underneath. And the recommendation on that one came back at $65,000 to complete the dig and the fix of all the blockwork damage within the building.
So we should have just left the 25,000 there then.
Yeah.
Some of us are trying to get the budget down.
Yeah, we're lifting it up here.
Okay, all right. I guess to the CAO or to Chris, the demolition, is that something that needs to be done immediately, or if we no longer use it and it's secured and we can let it go, is that 20,000 that can be removed, or is it a necessity to come down right away?
I did ask that question, and they did say that if there's no unforeseen extra damage this winter, that it'll be fine to stay up. We could just remove everything out of it, board it up, and look at it at a future date.
Okay. From an operational perspective, is that fine? Or are we going to add significant cost to try and board it up and secure it and all of that relative to $20,000?
There won't be much cost to boarding it up. There's not much to it. Everything's boarded up on the one side of it. It's just a few doors.
Okay. So opportunity for council if we wish to remove the 20,000 or move ahead with the demolition. Thoughts?
I'd say board it up for now.
Motion to board it up. Is that something that's going to fit within your operations? We'll just pull it out completely out of this, and operational, you'll have it in your budget just to secure it and board it up.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, we got a motion then to remove item Maple Leaf Old Shelter demolition for $20,000, moved by Councillor Huntley, seconded by Councillor Belch. Any further discussion on that particular item? Deputy Mayor Graham. Oh, sorry, you're muted.
There you go, keeping all my background noise down. I guess maybe I'd ask the CEO just to speak to it with regards to, I mean, the old word of liability. Like I can't remember the last time I was underneath the canopy of that structure, but I know it exists, and I know it's probably a thorn in the side. It's probably needed work for a long, long time. But is it, I guess the other question for Chris while he's still there would be, even if we board it up, it does provide some sort of storage for the park's equipment, correct? So I guess what would we do if we did tear it down? What would we do with the purpose it serves now? So two questions, I guess.
Through you, Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Graham, we do keep some equipment in there in the summer, lawnmower, tractor. We would have to maybe talk to Public Works and see if we could keep them over at their shop and just drive them across. As for the canopy, when speaking with the consultant, the canopy wasn't in too bad a shape. It's more the west side of the building. Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe I got a motion on the floor.
Through you, Mayor McFadden, yes, you do. Moved by
Oh.
Councillor Huntley, seconded by Councillor Belch.
Very good. Okay, I'll call for a vote. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Oh, Councillor Belch, you're muted.
A big yes.
Okay,
and Mayor McFadden.
yes. Motion is approved. Okay, Chris, back to you.
So another addition is Tower Hill South benches. We've added $10,000 into reserves. Tower Hill South shelter, we've added $5,000 into reserves. We have upped our truck. It was 58,000. We've upped it to 70,000, but it's covered by DCs. That's just for the inflation on trucks right now. We removed the $11,000 for the plow. The plow's gone. And recreational land plan design, we were at 25,000. We're requesting another 15,000 at 40,000.
Okay, questions from members of council? Deputy Mayor Graham.
I feel like this was brought up last time, but is the wing mower going, was it intended to be living in the facility that we're shuttering, like not demoing, but like, is that possible? Or do we have another place to put this? I mean, we have a trailer for it, obviously, but.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't fit in that shelter.
Okay.
We only have one mower that'll fit in that shelter.
Okay.
It's got a 65-inch door on it, I think.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Anything further, Chris?
Nope.
Nope. And then I was going to ask you, Ms. Hurley, and you already got your hand up. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to council. I'd like to talk to you, council, about the bottom item. So the Land Recreation Plan Design, CMCC, and it's also for the Millbrook Arena discussion. So I'm going to back it up. I'm going to try my very best to sort of not make this complicated. I think someone already said, let's try not make things complicated. This might be a complicated one. It's also one that I may want to call a friend. And that's I might use that chip here very shortly. So before I introduce the friend, I'd like to just go back a little bit. In 2019, council directed staff to do two things: a needs assessment and design for the remaining lands of CMCC. And at that time, we also had this great funding grant that was coming before us called the ICIP grant. And at that time, we didn't want to miss the boat on the ICIP grant. And at the time, the manager of the time for recreation took a report to council and said, we should probably make an application on this for the Millbrook Arena. But we also recognize there's been a lot of discussion of what the future of the Millbrook Arena will look like, or even if there would be a future Millbrook Arena. So we didn't want to miss the boat. So we applied for the application. We're very fortunate because our municipality has received ICIP funding for 3 projects, but this one was one. So before we start just automatically assuming we're renovating, we have to go to the public, and there was a whole public process that council asked us to carry out, and the public asked us to carry out on these items. During that time, COVID hit. So here we are in 2020. So we didn't go ahead and do an RFP on that. 2021, we carried in an RFP this summer in July 2021 to carry out these works, and we had no bidders for these works. I think that seems to be what's going on out there in the world and the environment we're dealing with right now, trying to get consultants and projects carried out, et cetera, not to mention the cost and high cost of construction. But this fall, I basically reached out to the Rethink group. Everyone's been very familiar with Robert Lockhart. Robert has worked with us in the past and has a great understanding of the community and the recreation and leisure needs of the community, and not only ours, but the surrounding area as well. So Robert and I have been talking about how best to roll this project out. Since 2019, there's been a lot of changes. As we know, we've got new development. We did our growth management plan, population projections. We've got some things that have come forward just recently this past year, one being Kawartha Downs, potential of a new community center. And there's other community interests that are very strong in our area, not to mention, I believe Mr. Lockhart has other projects that he's working on in neighboring municipalities that actually may affect what we do here as well. And it's important to understand the greater picture and not just two specific facilities, and not understanding what is the best need in our community. So we've been talking, and with council's permission, I would like to have Mr. Lockhart take part in part of this conversation, because I think that council may have some questions with regards to Mr. Lockhart's comments on how best to roll these projects out. And because we have a current council direction, I need to, one, ask your permission to, of course, as council, to let him come in and speak to us about this, but also to have a discussion on whether the 2019 motion still stands today, or should we consider potentially modifying that and having a new motion, not modifying, having a new motion that really meets the needs now, because it is outdated at that time. So with council's permission and support, this is my time that I call a friend. So I'd like to call a friend.
Okay, very good. So with that, can I get a motion to support what she just said, to have somebody talk to us? Councillor Huntley and Councillor Belch. Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
and Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Ms. Hurley, you can call a friend.
Friend is joining her as we speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lockhart, as we know, we have talked to him, and he's done many projects for us in the past. So as I mentioned, I thought it would be best if council has we could have two ways to have this discussion. We can either continue with the direction that was given to us in 2019, or we could just have a moment to talk to Mr. Lockhart about why we as staff and Mr. Lockhart's advice have talked about potentially changing this a little bit to have a little bit more community focus about the long-term plans for the municipality, which would include future plans. And then we'll go from there, whether or not we carry out that now or potentially change that direction, or do we wait until 2023 and carry out that direction? So that's part of the discussion today.
Very good.
Through you, Chair, can you refresh me on what exactly the 2019 motion was?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Huntley. The motion was to carry out a plan on lands needs study and a design for the Millbrook Arena, as well as the remaining 6 acres of the CMCC lands.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Through you, Mayor McFadden, to CAO Hurley. It appears your friend has left, your call friend. So he was there, so I'm not sure exactly what's gone on. So let's just hold for one moment and see if he rejoins.
Okay. I can certainly add to that while we see if we can connect with Mr. Lockhart. So what we were talking about is whether or not we stay with the current motion, which I just mentioned to Councillor Huntley, or that we revisit that motion to have more of a strategic plan carried out, which would include taking a look more broader about the community and what's currently going on in the community, and how that would affect these 2 facilities and potentially other facilities within our municipality, such as parkland. So for instance, is there anything else that we should consider potentially at Maple Leaf Park, for example? Or you know, it gives a better understanding, reaching out to the user groups and finding out what their interests are, reaching out to the community and finding out what type of engagement, what are they looking for, not only for recreation, but also for leisure, because they both go hand in hand. So it's also recognizing that we have a Parks Master Plan that is 10 years old, and that Parks Master Plan, some of the works we've actually accomplished, and actually if you I'm quite pleased to see some of the works that we've done, because they were pretty aggressive at that time. And you as council and staff have accomplished quite a bit in that Parks Master Plan. But the question is whether or not that should be updated somehow. And in speaking with Mr. Lockhart, he had suggested to us as staff not to carry out an actual master plan, but potentially maybe tearing it into more of a strategic plan that would still give us a broader scope of what the needs are for the long-term plan of the area, and not very specific plans on two specific facilities, but give us more of that broader input. And also looking at our neighboring municipalities, as we know, the city of Peterborough is looking at developing a community center. We also heard just recently in December that Portha Downs is interested in developing a community center. So it's just taking that and expanding it a little bit further. And but it would take over a 2-year period, not necessarily a 1-year period, if we started potentially, say, in March, for example.
Very good. And on that, your friend Robert Lockhart is here. Welcome. Thank you for joining our meeting. Apologize, we didn't have any particular time that you could join us today because it's a fluid council meeting of the discussion of the budget. So here we are. Thank you for being very patient. Ms. Hurley, do you have anything further to say before we turn it over to Mr. Lockhart?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Lockhart. No, Robert, I'm just not sure. We lost connection with you, so I wasn't quite sure how much you heard or not. But is there something you would like to add, or we can just go right into council's questions?
Okay, yeah, thank you. And thank you for letting me join you today. I assume you can hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, great. All right. What happened was, as soon as you were about to bring me in, the power went out here. Like, it was just like uncanny. So I had to reconnect. So I missed part of what you said, Yvette, but I think I know the gist of it. So if you could ask me a question to make sure that I'm tuned in to exactly where you want me to go here, that might be useful, because I missed the first part of your discussion.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Robert, what I was speaking about was what the original intent of the motion was, and what we were talking about, instead of just continuing with another RFP or single sourcing and having your firm carry out the works that was directed back in 2019, given the changes in the community as of right now, is taking more of a broader approach. And we also recognize that our Parks Master Plan is 10 years old now, still doing what council directed, but taking it a little bit broader, having a little bit more community consultation and reaching out to our neighboring municipalities so that we really have a better understanding of what the future needs are for recreation and leisure needs in the future. So what we're talking about is potentially expanding what was the original intent from 2019.
Okay, I understand. So the first point I would make is that if you look only at the two properties that were originally in your RFP, that being the old Millbrook Arena and its site, and the remaining lands at your new community center, and trying to figure out how you should best move forward with those properties. A fair bit of community consultation, background research, population statistics, lots of other work has to be done to be able to effectively answer the questions about what you should best do with those properties. And they do link together. If you do one thing on one, it's going to impact on the other. And you're right. Your Parks and Recreation Plan is 10 years old, and looking forward is going to be not very effective and useful to you. If you were to combine both it with the other study, you would save $25,000 or $30,000 in overlap work that would be needed for both of them. And as well, if you move forward with a broader community-wide Parks and Recreation Plan, an update of your one that's 10 years old, that would better inform your decisions about the two properties that you want to focus on. So you basically roll it all into one basket. You save a lot of money and time, do them together, and you end up with better information to not only inform the two properties, but also to help understand what other Parks and Recreation lands and facilities you're going to need for the next 10 years, and take into account all of the things that are changing in your community, which are pretty dynamic. So it's a perfect time to do all of it at once, but over a couple of years, probably, from a budgeting point of view and a timing point of view, and because of the election coming up, you wouldn't want to do a lot of community consultation during the summer. So you certainly would want to spread it over 2 years and budget it over that period of time as well. So that's kind of my background on it. The last thing I'll mention is that, yes, there are things happening in Peterborough as well. I'm working with them on a number of projects that really speak to meeting some of the regional needs, which could include your municipality as well. So it's good to know what's going on around you and to make sure that there's no duplication going forward.
Very good. Councillor Huntley, go ahead.
Through you, Chair. I totally understand the point of taking this at a much more macro level and doing the studies and figuring out what we need. Where I'm struggling with this one is, the land around the CMCC, is ripe for us to put things there that might not necessarily be long-term things, but they're things that the community can enjoy now and not have to wait until, 2 years or 3 years or whenever this next update gets done. So I'd rather see us, let's hold off on doing a recreational study for a year. Let's put some of these funds that we've already put in here to things that are tangible around the MCC that we can make use of now.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Through you, Chair. Thanks, Doctor. I probably have a couple of questions for you, but because Councillor Huntley brought that up, when it comes to the budget line, I was kind of thinking that what we could theoretically do is roll over the existing 25,000 that we have set aside towards some larger, whatever the inevitable cost of what is going to be a much larger, I think Councillor Huntley said macro, which is probably right, an overarching rec document. Roll that 25 over, but then, those lands sitting there idle when we have such a successful soccer club and are looking for, hopefully a summer of recreation that we can actually do some of the things and have some of the enjoyment of the outdoor space. It does seem a shame to have that land just sitting there idle. So I'd like to potentially suggest that we keep the $15,000 in there as a line item for this year, but use those funds for some sort of temporary recreation. Is outfitting the word? I don't know. Whatever, we use those funds to get something there for understanding that it's from a temporary usage, whether it's painting the lines. I think we had talked, I think this was back when Jerry was still here, but in his role, about painting lines, on the grass for potentially more younger soccer players, for example, to be able to use smaller fields rather than take up the larger ones from the older kids. Like some sort of combination of those things, maybe potentially like one of these, a dirt iteration of some sort of pump track so we could see what the uptake is like. I mean, to me, there's temporary things that we can do that we should be doing to utilize the space rather than just leave it there as a grass, empty field when, we need things to do outdoors, and this is 6 acres of land to be doing things on. Granted, it's temporary, but we'll probably also potentially learn from some of those temporary things to have what not necessarily granular data, but at least some sort of community uptake as to what sort of things could be a part of the bigger process. So that's sort of my comment on Councillor Huntley. But then when it comes to, I guess I'm just, and I'm not quite sure exactly what will be, how macro and how all encompassing what Mr. Lockhart is talking about, and I'm growing a bit of a muscle to really be sort of hesitant about amalgamating all sorts of different things into consultant documents. Like it's theoretically, if it's going to be very macro and we're talking about things like in essence, like a master recreation plan or a strategic plan or something of that nature, there's going to be all kinds of subjects that are going to require a tremendous amount of consultation and feedback that are going to take a long time. And I just worry that I want to get an understanding exactly of what it would include and maybe what the budget implications would be, so that, first of all, I know if 25,000 is a drop in the bucket, well, then so be it. But as you just mentioned, it makes sense to me for that to be something considered and started by the next term of council to hit the ground running with it, so they have all the participation in that sort of feedback and consultation process. So kind of a general comment, but also a few questions that maybe if Dr. Lockhart or Mr. Lockhart, you could provide some clarity on.
Mr. Lockhart?
All right, through you, Your Worship, to both members of council who have raised their points. A couple things to think about here. The thought of temporarily doing things on those lands is certainly an interesting point. It probably can't be done for a very small amount of money, at least not done well. And sometimes when you put things in place that are temporary, they're hard to move later. They're hard to remove if you think there's something else that's maybe better for those lands. Since it's been 10 years since you've had a look at your parks and recreation needs, and since your community is about to change a fair bit with a lot more growth, and because there's some questions about what to do with the arena site, and what best to do with the lands remaining at the community center, I think it's a really good time to step back and take a look at it all and ask the right questions and say, what is the best use of these lands? How do you want to invest your capital money, which is hard to come by? I would hate to see you spending money on temporary things that you end up taking out, and you've wasted tens of thousands of dollars if it doesn't last for very long. It's also a very expensive way to test things out. Some of the things you mentioned are quite expensive to actually accomplish. Like a pump track is an expensive item and a very specialized activity. We're looking at doing one of those in Peterborough. So again, is there a need for two of them within two adjoining communities? I don't know the answer to that. But it's always important to take a good long and hard look at what you need before you make your investments. And you've got a number of things sort of balls up in the air right now, and a number of question marks around what's going to happen in different parts of your community that would all be brought to bear on this. So being a planner, I'm just the kind of person who always wants to look to the future and figure out what's the best way to do things and the best way to invest this. Always the finite amounts of money that a community has for capital improvement.
So I guess just a follow up to that, Mayor, if I can, thank you. It's just, there are, I think even I think over the last 4 years or 3 years, we've learned what the variability between what a pump track could be. And I've seen ones that are, $5 million, and I've seen others that are less than 20,000. So the definitions or what it is on the ground might be very different, but for instance, a few soccer nets and a few lines on the ground is pretty temporary and pretty low cost, and has a certain amount of usage that we know there's a demand because of the size and success of the existing club. It might not be perfect, but it's certainly not perfect for the most amount of recreational lands closest to the settlement area to just be vacant. And, so that's where I look at that. It's been vacant for a while. It's unfortunate we didn't have any uptake on the RFP. But my other thing is, and where I'm sort of hedging or kind of stuck, is that, when it comes to the consultation that you're talking about, each of these elements are going to require a comprehensive consultation effort. Like that discussion about the old arena is going to be a hugely contentious and it's already something that's very much on top of people's minds wanting to participate. So that's going to be a fulsome consultation in of itself. And so my concern is that if we would need multiple consultations on some of these core issues, that would be a comprehensive part. So we wouldn't just be having three, if we were to just say we're going to have 3 open consultation meetings about fulfilling a rec plan, that is not going to be sufficient. Like there's going to need to be multiple, consultation parts throughout the process. And that's where I kind of just well, it sounds okay, but when we've had experiences, and don't take this personally, it's like when we've had issue or instances where we've been trying to save funds by adding things to different RFPs and different consultant works, I don't know we've always actually ended up saving money. And for something as big and wide scoped as the amount of things that could be covered in a rec plan, that's, to me, it's a huge project, and it's going to need a lot of consultation. And that's why I think I think Councillor Huntley and I are kind of on the same page about even collecting the CMCC lands with the old arena is a huge project and kind of maybe not necessary to put together, because the one is its own thing and the other is getting held up because of the complications with the other. So anyways, that's sort of where I'm concerned.
I didn't know whether Mr. Lockhart wanted to respond first. I see Councillor Huntley had his hand up. I'm fine with either. Go ahead, Councillor Huntley.
Thank you, Chair. I guess to follow up on that statement, what would concern me was, if we spend 3 years, doing, consultation, that, the CMCC, instead of putting a second pad into it, we put a field house, but we know we're not going to have the funds for a field house or a second pad for, could be 2 decades. In the meantime, we could put a beach volleyball court, on that land there for, less than 10 grand. But if we wait to the end of the study, we need for 3 years to put something up that could be done very simply, or Frisbee golf, or like Matt mentioned about the pump track. I mean, there's user groups that are willing to put the funds forward to do such things. So I don't think, this has to be anywhere near as complicated. It's not to say that the big plan isn't necessary. I believe absolutely that is, but I don't think everything should be tied to it, and we can do these other things independent.
I see Ms. Hurley's hand up. Go ahead, Ms. Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to council. So I think what I'm hearing is there's an interest of doing a revised Parks Master Plan, or in speaking with Mr. Lockhart, maybe more of a strategic plan, not a Parks Master Plan per se. We're certainly not thinking it's going to be a 3-year project. That's for sure. It would probably be a project for starting this year and finishing in 2023 is sort of where we're going with this. The other part that I hear, that's the one part. So I hear that you're interested in doing it. You understand the support and the recognizing of doing it and how they're tied together, because they are tied. What you do with one potentially could have an effect on what you do for the long-term plan for another. But I also hear that there's an interest to do something. If we were doing a plan and it's going to take 2 years, give or take, a little bit, hopefully less than that. And we could talk about that with Mr. Lockhart. But if you want to do something now on the remaining CMCC lands, if there could be maybe a takeaway from today's discussion is that we don't make that decision right at this moment, but you allow Robert and I to have a conversation and say what could potentially be utilized on those lands that are not going to have a long-term financial impact, but still get some type of utilization out of those lands for the next 2 years until we find out what that potentially could be a long-term plan is, whether it's whatever, a field house, an indoor, whatever, it could be tennis, I don't know. But you want to see something now. But I agree with Robert's comment about you don't want to put a lot of infrastructure in the ground to do that. And no disrespect for a pump bike track, but if people are actually fundraising and committing to put dollars into a pump bike track, and you put it at that location, and then down the road you do your consultation and it's clearly not the right location for a pump bike track, then that, I don't think that's fair for the people that have actually, fundraised or put monies into something that's more of a permanent. But it doesn't mean that there couldn't be other options. I heard today, we talked about volleyball, we talked about soccer, but maybe I can't give you a cost or what would that look like, or potential like a short-term type of scenario. I'd have to take that away and come back and report to you with possibly Robert's assistance on that, if that's possible, and maybe come back to you on that at a later time.
Mayor Graham. Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I just got it there. Sorry about that. No disrespect again. Like, I'm happy to and that's kind of where I was going with sort of what we were talking about back with regards to the budget. If we keep the rollover of the 25,000 towards working with Mr. Lockhart in that larger project, sure. But I'm happy to say, staff, you've got $15,000 go back and do whatever due diligence, Chris, Allison, and whatever you can come up with as a temporary utilization of that money towards some utilization of these lands. Because even with some of these things, if we're talking about soccer fields or we're talking about volleyball courts, for some of those instances, there is a revenue associated with their usage. Like if it's a volleyball league, there's a rental, revenue from that. If it's the soccer club, there's probably a reduced rental because the fields are not to the same standard, but it's not a complete loss. But if you come back and you tell us that 15,000 is completely insufficient to do anything, well, then so be it. But like we also talked before about theoretically, if there are any groundworks going to be done in the proximity, a la a fire hall or some groundworks for Tower Hill North, well, we all know there's a giant pile of topsoil over there that theoretically we could work with developers or people doing those sorts of works to move around some of the soil for us to use these temporary, very non-permanent things to this land's available. So I don't know if we want to be engaging Mr. Lockhart on that very temporary, very rudimentary use versus, retaining him to do the bigger picture work for sure. No questions asked in that regard.
Go ahead, Mr. Lockhart.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to all of the comments I've heard. Certainly, if you want to look for ways to utilize the property that's undeveloped at the community center that are cost effective, can be accomplished in a safe way, and consider it as a 2 or 3 year, maybe 4-year use of the property, because even after you finish the plan, it takes a while to get the wheels in motion to do anything major on any property. As long as it's not something that's going to be good money after bad, if you know what I mean, like you're spending on something that you wished you hadn't. And if it can be done safely, I don't know whether the property there, I'm not here to see it. Not there to see it, just what shape it's in, whether you could easily turn it into a temporary soccer field that is safe enough to play on. You got to think about your liability as well. I can't answer that question, but if you can, then fine. If that can be done inexpensively for a short time, no problem. But you just have to be careful that you don't want to waste your money on, I guess is where I'm going with it, when you're looking at it as a temporary solution.
I mean, through you, Mayor, just to follow up, I mean, my perspective is there's a cost, there's a lost benefit to the community to have nothing on that much acreage for recreation. I agree with you completely that you don't want to just be pouring money away, but that's why I was willing to say it's a cap at the 15,000 for now, unless we get a really good idea that comes back and staff do that due diligence and we have to adjust it, so be it. But I was going to say is it's in the budget already as a threshold, and staff can come back to us and make suggestions. We could approach the different entities. I agree, as much as I understand that there are people fundraising for these things, I have that hesitancy as well, because I don't want people fundraising money for something that's, theoretically at a 2 to 3 year maybe life cycle. That seems kind of disingenuous, but if they wanted to, then so be it. We can have those conversations and go from there, and theoretically try different things. Like if there's, I think we had that Frisbee golf individual come forward, like that, there might not be any investment for that, but if he wants to set up the bins and things like that and gets permission, then, that might be a zero cost use. At least there's something happening on part of those 6 acres. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at. I mean, it's kind of what we've done with the old arena as it is now with the turf. I mean, we're repurposing it for a temporary usage, which is exactly what we should be doing, and the community is benefiting from it. And I think with the parkland, it's all the more beneficial, but there is a cost associated with it providing no value to the community as well.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, did you say for me?
Yes, your hand was up.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear my name. So let's just walk back here for a second. So what we're talking about is 2 things. We're talking about carrying out a long-term plan. That's one thing. So we'll get back to that. We're talking about another component is to give staff direction to take a look at something immediate and when I say immediate, within the next few years, on the current remaining lands of CMCC and what that would look like. What the fiscal cost would be to be able to do something. The other question to that is, are you also looking for public input on those remaining lands? And I'm talking about just the CMCC lands. Are we looking for staff to, if we were going to go ahead with doing something, whatever that something might be, we talked about a few things today. Are you looking for staff to carry out a public process or a public discussion on what those are? Or are you looking for staff to come up with options based on whether it's 15,000 or potentially it might be a little bit more, that we come back to you and ask for more money? Are you asking staff to come up with those options, or are you asking for the public to come up with those options?
Deputy Mayor Graham.
My thought was the public, I mean, I'm of two minds. Like, there would need to be a facilitation and all of the structure to a consultation about this temporary stuff, which to me, like, I would rather, you know, we could maybe create an opportunity for delegations to come forward by a deadline, I guess, if you wanted to say, we were thinking about this much, you know, area, and this is what we do, X, Y, Z, and go from there. But I don't want to do a full public consultation that's going to take 6 months or longer and cost money to facilitate and staff time to facilitate, when we're just trying to do something very basic. We could approach soccer to say, listen, this is what the ground looks like. We could put 4 or 5 smaller fields for kids on it in the summer. Is that even of interest to you? And if it isn't, okay, we'll move on to the next one, right? Because maybe it isn't, because like you said, there's other inventories coming online beyond our community. But I would rather go to stakeholders that we have and say, listen, what do you think about this? It's not going to be anything elaborate. It's going to be, you know, bare bones, you know, and low cost for what we're going to do for the time being. Is it of interest? And if not, go down the line to the next one. If you wanted to open it up for submissions for that sort of thing, I guess we could, but that could also be part of a report that comes back to council with suggestions as to how to proceed.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, to council and Deputy Graham. I guess I think I'd like to take this offside in the aspect of, I hear what you want to do. You want staff to be directed to consider some interim options for CMCC lands and report back to you. And I think maybe let us talk offside on how best to do that, because I know you haven't really touched on it, but it's not as simple as just moving dirt around. There is liability issues, and there's things that we have to consider at that time, and how best to engage the user groups if we go that way instead of just the general public. So again, I still see that there's 2 options in front of us. The one is the short term, a report back on a short term plan for the remaining lands, potentially a temporary plan within the next, you know, to last for the next few years until we carry out a broader strategic plan on a recreation and leisure plan. I see those 2 being separate if that's where council is going with that. And we will report back at a staff level to see what we can do.
So I guess, again, coming back to the purpose of this meeting. So Yvette, is it of benefit to you to have any budgeted allotment for that? Like, or should we be cutting the 15,000? Like, cause that's where we were initially talking about it. Do you think it's a value to have the 15,000 in the budget for that purpose? Or is it better to go with nothing and then we'll find out whether it's a reserve drawdown or something to that effect as an alternative source?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Deputy Mayor, I would suggest, I don't know what those costs are going to be right at this moment, so I don't want to put a cost or an estimate in front of you at this time. I think that I need to talk to Robert, and I need to talk to staff such as Chris, and we need to sort of think about how do we report back to you on 2 separate projects, an interim project and a long-term project, and report back to you and have some dollars at that time. So I'm not in a position to be able to say 15,000 or not at this time.
Fair enough. Well, I mean,
I'd rather
and I understand you don't know, and I don't think any of us know. maybe, and Robert probably would know better than most of us, but like, if that's, I still think it makes some sense to have some budget set aside for it. So, that just kind of reinforces back to where I was, based on Robert's comments with regards to, the timing and things like that. To me, it makes sense for the next term of council to pick up and be involved in the facilitation of that consultation so that they have all the information rather than it being handed off from, in the sort of the end of that lame duck period. So I'd be happy. So with that, then you roll over the 25,000 because it's going towards the same larger project, and then keep the 15 for whatever as a potential contribution to whatever temporary thing we come up with. So that's where I'm sort of at after all that comment, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would suggest that you just direct staff to report back on a short-term plan and a long-term plan. Short-term plan would be for the CMCC lands, the remaining CMCC lands. We take a report back to you on that. And the second direction is that we talk about coming back at the next budget meeting with what the long-term plan would be for the parks, a parks plan, whether it's a strategic plan update or et cetera. The question is whether or not, I think we just need to report back to you at the next budget meeting then.
Okay.
Oh, is Mr. Lockhart going to be present at the next meeting for the discussion on the long-term plan as well then, or do we have the conversation now?
It's your direction. I mean, what I'm hearing through you, Mr. Chairman, is that we've separated the two. We've got a long-term, we've all committed and agreed that we need to do a long-term plan. Whether the question is whether or not we start that now or start that in 2023 is the last comment that was made, but I would still report back at the budget meeting if you wish and say what that long-term plan would look like and when we would start and what the potential cost would be.
Okay, I'll weigh in with regard to the long-term plan. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. Another year is another year before we can get it going. The last plan that we did, which was started in 2010, was done in precisely this same manner, in that it was initiated with all the public consultation precisely at this time, and then that comment was carried forward and the plan was adopted by the follow-up council. So they certainly didn't wait for the next council. I participated as a resident in that consultation and then actually participated in the adoption of it. And I think from the broader perspective, as Mr. Lockhart has already spoken to, it really provides you some guidance as to where it's going. Myself, I'm a hockey player, not a very good one, but I don't see all the other sports. I'm not a participant of the other sports. And so I sort of have the blinders on to a lot of the other sports that are out there. And I know the outcome of that 2010 Parks and Rec Master Plan emphasized the importance of soccer to our community, of which I'm not a member. And we use that Parks and Rec Master Plan to its fullest extent, in that it provided direction and guidance for the next decade. And I think we've done really well at executing on it. And it certainly didn't end at the public consultation piece. We had a ton of consultation when it came to our new CMCC. But that came through guidance that was initiated originally through that Parks and Rec Master Plan as far as the guidance came. And those documents are fundamental to curbing the expectations of a community that think that, yes, we're a small community, but we can afford all of the extras that all these larger urban centers have. And I don't know how many times everybody else has been asked, but where's our swimming pool? Where's the weight room? And where's this? And where's that? And it's great conversation. But it's fantastic to be able to go back to an overarching document, which was publicly consulted and we went through, that identified, it's great, everybody, we had a bunch that asked for it, but it truly wasn't a community priority. The community priorities were X, Y, and Z, and then we broke down into the further discussion. And I think in light of everything that's going on throughout our entire community that's significantly changed since 2010, there's no need to delay the discussion any further. We got a lot of moving parts that are already underway. And we've got opportunities there. So you're right, it's two separate discussions where we go in the short term, but there's nothing in the short term plan that should hold up a long term plan. We should have started the long term plan a while ago, but we didn't get any responses back. And with the relative needs of our entire community, it's something we really need to get started on right away. Another thing that was identified was improving our individual pocket parks that are within the communities and adding a slide and adding various play structures. That's certainly nothing that hits my daily reminders as far as priorities are important, but it's something that was identified in the community need through the overarching document. So I think I really want to see the bigger document started right away, and when you bring back the other one with regards to interim solutions, I think there is opportunities for interim opportunities. But yeah, staff definitely needs the opportunity to go back and look at it and take into consideration all of the factors, i.e. is there going to be parking at this new facility for whatever it's going to be, whether it's a pump park or volleyball or mini putt or frisbee golf, because we all know how the best intentions don't always work out so well. And if we've got cars parked all over Fallis, that'll be another issue. Or is there going to need to be access to washrooms or no washrooms? And so those are just sort of the intricacies. It's not that it can't be done. It's just those are the things that I know staff is going to have to take back and put in for consideration if there's any impact relative to staffing or infrastructure from that way. So I think it's a great discussion. It is two separate ones, but I don't know, is there any further direction today that you need, or you're simply going to take that and come back with something?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think that's a council direction. If you're, right now, I don't have a direction. I'm just making a suggestion that we break it out to two. If council is in support of that, please, I'd like to have a direction that we report back at the next meeting, and we'll have consideration and work with Mr. Lockhart and staff on what a short-term options could look like and what that could be for the remaining CMCC lands, because that's clearly a very strong interest for council today. So if we're with your direction, I'll go ahead and do that. And then the second direction is that we again talk about continuing with the long-term plan. We have asked about the long-term plan. It's been in our forecast for a while. It's just not one that we continue to do, but I think we're really at a very critical part right now with everything that's going on around us. And I think having a long-term plan for recreation and leisure is very important to us. And I think this is the time to do it. So I'm happy to report back at the next budget meeting with those two options.
Very good. And I think just it's a budget meeting, so not just the options, but we're going to need associated dollars attributed to each of the items so that we know roughly what we're doing. Obviously, there will be some variance relative to the options. If we're doing one thing and it's a pump park and that's it, then it's going to have a different price tag than if we have 6 different activities that are going on over there. So I guess that's how you're going to bring it back. I'm trying to get some substance because it goes back to a budget discussion. So we're going to have something attributed to it. I saw Councillor Huntley's hand, but I didn't know whether Ms. Hurley wanted to respond first.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we would have to come back with some costs, so that could be considered based on some conversation. But please note that these would be very estimated costs, because if we decide to go and reach out to the user groups, for example, depending upon what that feedback is. So we may have some preliminary costs, but I see another report coming forward after, if we did reach out to the user groups, what their interests are about going forward, so we can report back to you.
Absolutely. Very good. Councillor Huntley?
Through you, Chair. I don't want to, or I don't think there needs to be that much work between this meeting and the next meeting. Like I think, putting the $15,000 there for something, I don't think we need to go chase down what that something is between now and the next budget meeting. I think that report can come back, in due time. And I think, there needs to be some consultation with, perhaps, council, perhaps with staff. Like, let's, we have the brain power to think about it. We just don't need to have the answer for the next meeting. And so I believe wholeheartedly, let's break that one out for the, the immediate quick hit stuff or short-term stuff. And then, as a second, come back with what the long-term plan would look like in terms of costing for it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the next budget meeting, I think we're talking about the same thing, but we need to think about what a short-term plan is and what those costs would be potentially, but we also don't want to lose sight of the long-term plan either. So I would propose, I certainly would be coming back with both those options at the next budget.
Through you, Chair, I don't think you can have the answer to the short term in that amount of time.
Not necessarily what the answer is, but what the plan would be, and if there's any potential cost towards that.
All right. Just trying to make your life easier, not harder.
Well, I don't think you guys are doing a good job at that today. So I just feel like we need to take some takeaways here and then potentially come back to you the best we can.
Sounds like we got two projects that we're eager to get started. That's where we've got a short-term and a long-term, unrelated between the two, but related because we're talking about the same lands.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chairman, Robert, do you have anything to add to this conversation regarding splitting the two up and what we could potentially come back at for the next budget meeting?
So through you, Mr. Chair, to all of your comments and questions, it is a complicated situation that you're in. I mean, you have a couple of properties with potential to do some great things with. You've got the leftover lands at your community center, and you've got the land that your former arena is sitting on, which we haven't talked very much about, which has a couple of options for which direction you go with it as well. And clearly, whatever decision you make about it is going to influence everything else you do in your community. If it remains as a non-ice facility, you have to invest in it for a period of time to make it worthwhile. If you don't retain it as a building, you have a piece of land that could be developed as a beautiful downtown park. So, and one thing is going to affect the other, because if you don't use it as an indoor turf facility, then you need to potentially find a location for those sorts of uses someplace else. So all of it is related to one to the other. And then in the midst of all of this, you have property left over at your community center that could be used temporarily for other things, as long as you can do it in a cost-effective and safe way. So I'm in agreement that you have a look at what you might be able to do there that makes sense as a short-term measure, knowing that it might not be what's there in the long term, and that the groups who would be using whatever you build there would know that it's very temporary, and that in fact it could be something completely different 5 years from now. It's really important to take this bigger look, because as you've demonstrated in your discussion, you don't know what to put on that land, even in a temporary basis, because we just don't know what the priorities are and what the needs are. So all the more reason to complete some kind of a comprehensive Parks and Recreation plan to give the guidance on all of these things. And that's what would be accomplished. Probably by the middle of next year, you would have that plan finished and your questions all answered and your directions provided. So then what do you do with the property in the meantime? Do you invest in it for a year or two or three? That's up to yourselves. We can certainly look at it and determine quickly whether there's what you could do with it that is cost effective, and then see whether there's a need for it. See whether anyone wants to actually take you up on. So as I said, it's very complicated, but it's all interrelated, and you can't do one without the other. So that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Got nothing.
Well,
Mr. Locker, thank you. Thank you for the very in-depth analysis. You've confirmed that we're all very eager to get something started and confused how to get there. This is clearly a priority of our council. We've made significant investments in parks and recreation over the course of the last decade, and we're all on the same page, just potentially looking at different avenues to try and get there with the different approaches, et cetera. So you've been very helpful, but I know I can feel the wheels turning in every one of our heads, trying to think how we're going to pull this all together.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hurley, can you provide some overarching guidance and direction for us, having heard everything that we've said of what we're trying to do, and the background of Mr. Lockhart of what needs to be done? How are we looking?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to what Robert's suggesting, I do agree with Robert. I also understand the importance and the interest to council regarding something more immediate pertaining to the lands at CMCC. So I understand that. I think the last comment from Mr. Lockhart was more or less saying, we need to have that parks, we need to have that discussion even for the interim, so you know what you're going to even put there, because honestly we are talking about a variety of different scenarios here, I still think I need to walk away from here.
Yeah.
Understanding what your conversation is and what your direction or what your interests are, and report back to you after we have some option that we could come back and maybe bring some clarity to what your interests are, short-term and long-term.
Okay.
So I think my action is to have further conversation and report back to council on what this could potentially look like, so that you can consider it for the next budget discussion.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I'm not giving you all the answers you're looking for, but
I don't think there's a silver bullet to today's discussion. Quite frankly, it's and it's a very difficult and touchy subject relative to the short-term, meeting the short-term needs. I agree. We want to best utilize the lands that we have and do something with them. I completely agree. What I'm trying to avoid is the avalanche of a million ideas that suddenly come in, and the disappointment from the groups that we don't satisfy. And there's going to be lots of requests, absolutely, and it'll be the most absurd ones that get traction that we may not necessarily have seen come. But I agree. I'd like to do something with the lands. It's there, and there's an opportunity. And if the pandemic's taught us anything, it's to utilize your outdoor space and make the most of it. So yeah, it's although it might have been posed as something that's simple, it's not that simple.
well, with council's support, then through you, Mr. Chairman, to council, leave it with us. We'll come back. We've certainly heard your importance, and Robert has certainly given us, some information that is important for takeaway as well. So we will report back at your next budget meeting.
Okay, so we should have a direction of that. As it relates back to the budget, we don't have any dollars to associate to either one. So I don't see a motion relative to either one of those, but a direction specific to bring something back to the next one. Madam Clerk, is that what you're looking for? And Ms. Hurley, does that satisfy what you're looking for?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if council wants to give us direction to come back with more clarity on a long-term and short-term plan for the community, then that's what we'll do.
That sounds like a pretty simple motion after a really complicated discussion. As long as I got council in agreement, we've just wrapped up half an hour of discussion in one sentence. Does that work?
Works.
As long as Ms. Page, are we good with that?
Dear Mayor McFadden, to the CAO, I believe we are, that council direct staff to work with Robert Lockhart to bring back a report identifying a short-term plan for the remaining CMCC lands, as well as a long-term plan to review our recreation. I believe Ms. Hurley said recreation and leisure plan, and you would like the options and dollar amounts included.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think Cindy's is much more detailed than mine.
We almost got into two sentences rather than one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think to be fair, there's a lot of unclarity. So I think if we can be as sort of like, it sounds like you want a short-term plan on your CMCC lands and you want a long-term plan.
A short-term and a long-term plan, but understanding that the long-term plan, how do we get to the short-term plan, is we have to also talk about that, the long-term plan. Robert, can you help me with this one? What do you think?
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, to everyone who's been speaking to this, there are certainly two things here. And if you want to try to figure out what to do with your lands in the short term, you're certainly going to have some discussion about it. And the first thing is, what can the land support? That's the first thing you've got to do. To have a look at what the land can support. That will eliminate a lot of things that you wouldn't want to put there. Second thing is, how much money do you want to invest in something temporary? That will tell you what you can and can't do as well. So you can shorten down your list pretty quickly about what the possibilities are for there, and then go ahead and do it for this summer. And don't be too worried about whether you've got it all right, because it's only going to be temporary. But in the meantime, it's important to take this bigger look at your community and all of your parks and recreation needs, and put together a 10-year game plan to address them. And you'll also be then providing direction to that property, to the former arena and site, and to every other park and property in your community, and including future parks that you may have that you don't even know about yet. So that's what I think you should do. And we can certainly provide some direction around that between now and your next budget meeting.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Graham, I saw your hand.
I guess what we're going to really, I understand the motions. I'm not comfortable with them. I feel like we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves again. But I think what we would need for the next budget meeting is a quote from Mr. Lockhart as to what the rate will be for either of these projects, and then decide if we're going to move forward with either of them, right? Because there's not just a consult, unless he's offering the consult on the short-term plan pro bono, there has to be a budget approved for that discussion, does it not?
Yes.
I'm not, we haven't done that. So if we're gonna, my issue with the motion is we're approving something without any budget allotment for it. So I guess what we should formally do is ask for quotes for either of the two projects to be presented at the next budget meeting, because we're not going to get a plan unless we're already committed to, we've already in a way sort of single sourced, but I have no idea what I'm single sourcing or what it's going to cost us.
Yes, if I understand, Ms. Hurley, how it's operated thus far, when you're putting together these plans, et cetera, and we're talking from now till the next meeting. My understanding is this is an item it's obviously not going to hit a capital budget item, but this is something that you cover off in your CAO report, similar to we don't approve a budget for when we bring in a lawyer for a discussion. It's not a topic. So it's something that operationally you're going to handle. So if we're giving her direction specifically to work with Robert on this to bring it forward, it's understood that she's going to do that within her operational budget, that we're not going to approve an upset limit on how much we're going to pay Robert in a public forum. So maybe I'm offline. I don't know. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the case, then, and if that has the budget for it, then fine. I just need that clear. I don't.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, through Chairman to Deputy Graham. I would be covering, obviously Robert's here today, even representing, we're using, taking a look at his expertise and asking him to comment on what needs to be done. Obviously that is being paid through my operating budget. So for him to work on a project and report back at the next budget meeting, which actually is a council meeting, as you know, in February, obviously I would be looking to Robert for his expertise, but we would certainly be looking after retaining Robert for that report. Obviously, we need assistance on figuring this out, short-term and long-term plan.
And just for clarity, I know the CMCC land sits out there as a blank field that we're looking for short-term opportunities. But are we including other opportunities as far as short-term? Because we have a fair amount of lands that we are not effectively utilizing that could be used as part of this short-term utilization, whether they're implemented this summer or next summer. A simple example, we've got the Edgewood Park, which has a lot of open lands over there, which might be very suitable. It's a very active community that may be looking for opportunities. They may wish to participate as well. We've got land right in the village of Millbrook on Union Street that sat there as a parking lot for ever since we've taken it over. Is there an opportunity right within the heart of the village to do something on a temporary basis to utilize that? Because right now it's unpaid parking that it's being used for. So I think if we're looking for best utilization, I don't see why we'd restrict it to a specific property. I think we want to do the best overarching for everything, but that's me. Councillor Huntley?
I would say let's get this under our belt. I think this is causing us enough confusion. And let's just focus on this for now.
Totally agree.
There you go, Councillor Huntley. You got a seconder.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we back to our motion? Has anything changed in the motion, or we're still working with it?
Mayor McFadden, the only change I heard was that it wouldn't be as much options as it would be approximate dollars to actually complete those plans.
Correct.
Okay. Do you want clarification on the motion, everybody? Just, it has been, you want to read the motion? What do we got? What are we agreeing to here?
That council directs staff to work with Robert Lockhart to report back on a short-term plan for the well, I don't know, it was for the remaining lands of the CMCC.
Yeah, we already got a mover and a seconder on that. It's just the CMC lands.
Perfect. As well, report back on a long-term plan to review the rec and leisure, or I don't know what that proper term is, rec and leisure master plan. Sorry, park master plan.
How about we ask Mr. Lockhart so we don't have to change it 6 more times because we've
Yeah,
already
what's
done
the
this.
name
Have you got a
of the
suggestion
actual
for the
report?
wording for the long-term thing that we're going to bring back?
Through you, your worship, yes, I would call it a Parks and Recreation Plan. Keep it real simple.
Perfect.
Simple is good. Okay, is everybody clear on what we're about to? Do I have a move? I don't have a mover or a second. Mover.
You had
Councillor Huntley.
Councillor, I was going to say you had Councillor Belch as your mover,
Yep.
excuse me, and then you said Councillor Huntley, you now have a seconder, which was Councillor Belch. So whichever order, you do have a mover and seconder.
Let's go with what I originally had. That's good.
Doesn't
Councillor
matter.
Belch is the mover and Councillor Huntley is a seconder.
Very good. Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, unless there's any further discussion, Madam Clerk, a recorded vote.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Motion is approved with a smile. I see, Councillor Belch.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we're still back to Mr. Lockhart. Sorry, I should have. Thank you very much for participating in our meeting today, being very patient, providing us with your expertise, and thank you once again. And we look forward to you coming back at our next meeting as per our motion that we've just finally crafted. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
Very good. Okay, onwards and upwards. We're back to parks and facilities. Okay, is there any other items within parks and facilities that we wish to have further conversation on?
No.
Chris, are we going to blame you on that long motion or what?
You might as well.
Okay, I'm just trying to see, sorry.
You need a motion on do you want another one of those motions on it?
We will need a full motion. I was just going through the ones that are hitting the tax ledger right now for one last time.
Okay, sure, no problem.
We've already removed a couple things, right? Or just the one? The demolition's gone?
Demolition.
Yeah, it's the only one, isn't it?
I think so. The repairs is going ahead. The amenities was new.
Through you, Mayor McFadden, I can help if this expedites the process. You only have a motion up for the removal of the demolition. Your other motion was to allow
Okay.
Mr. Lockhart to speak.
All right, very good. I'm just trying to follow the lines across from which one is to which dollars just before we could. Okay, all right. I think that's good. So with an updated total, Ms. Pope, for the total parks and facilities purchases, it would be 2.24 million.
It would be reduced by the $20,000, so it would be $2,184,930.
Okay.
And then on the other side, that one is also reduced from the 228,310 down to 208,310.
Very good. Okay. Perfectly. That's the motion. Mover. Councillor Belch, I saw you twinkle your fingers, and Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
and Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Chris, thank you for enduring that deep dive into your department.
Thank you.
All right, on to the next department.
Where's Wayne?
Roads and Environmental Services.
Good late afternoon, Council.
Hint.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, let me lead you through the different projects in the budget as we have seen before. We do have the maps available that were presented before that show the area of each of the works, and possibly at the end of it, I'd like to speak to the item of the Cavan Yard and where we are with our review of development charges and estimated cost of work. So to lead off, particularly we have this categorized into hot mix paving. It shows Manor Drive and Century Boulevard. The cost recovery of the 20,000 is a developer direct contribution on Century from Veltri Developments. That was to improve the asphalt of the main entrance into his new development. So that's a site-specific contribution. The Crossroad Culvert is a culvert on Larmer Line. We did this year a culvert on Zion Line that did a relining project. We did save some funds in that project. We will try alternate bids on this, which looks at both processes, and we will tender it and see how it makes out. The pre-engineering cost is just generally, it's a budget line that looks after capital projects that goes forward, and it provides for some design funds for anything that we are looking at in future years. And as we move the project into capital, those funds are reallocated over. Slurry seal, you'll see the federal gas tax shown on the next two items, but slurry seal is a program well received by the community. It is these roads that were surface treated last year, and it extends the lifetime of the road. We've talked about 5 to 7 years or longer. The list of roadways, the next Sharp Line, Hooten Drive, Howden Quarter Line, Hayes Line, surface treatment, Falls Line East, Sire Line, Elgar, Teaway Drive, Falls Line West are specific surface treatment jobs. We presently are out to tender on surface treatment in a cooperative tender with the county, which we've done over the last number of years. And we're expecting that tender to close probably early February. In regard to hot mix paving and slurry seal, those tenders are being put out by the department early next week, and we again will be reporting on those hopefully in mid-February, subject to results coming in. On the sidewalks general, we have 15,000. Specifically, we're looking at areas that have what they call trip ledges, areas where we have problems. If we do get approval on the Main Street water main, we were looking at doing some improvements on the sidewalks on Main Street, and those funds of the 15,000 we would try to allocate in conjunction with the restoration of service trenches for the water main. But we are waiting for approval on the grants. As our treasurer, financial director of finance has mentioned previously, it looks like we're in the running for funding on that. It's probably the first time in a number of years, but it has gone from the provincial to the federal level, and we're just waiting for some nod that it's got approval. Streetlight replacement, these are funds that were pre-approved. They are budgeted this year, and the works for the most part are completed. We did have a couple of issues with the lights still being worked on, and other than that, the replacement is complete. Alleyway and King Street, again, we were dealing with specifically one property. It is for sale. From council's point of view, Public Works and I think senior staff should report on this matter. We need to bring something to either look at moving this forward or basically not doing anything. We believe it's a good project. We have received some legal input, and we do have one property owner where the property is for sale that does not want to provide laneway to what they refer to as a through laneway. So that matter has yet to be dealt with. And as I say, the property is for sale. We were hopeful if we had a buyer of the property, we might be able to negotiate something on crossing the property at some point. The replacement of the 2012 Dodge truck is, as I think noted by Chris Allison, the manager of Parks and Rec. We budgeted 70,000. That is the market value of new vehicles at this time. So we've increased that previously from, I think it was around 60,000 previously. The replacement of the 2007 International truck, that was one that was pre-approved in 2021. There's $173,200 coming back in development charges. And the delivery of that truck is expected in the latter part of March this year. And the last item in this capital budget was a transfer to reserves for replacement of the 2010 John Deere grader. It is $280,000 as shown. It is proposed to put funds away over this year and next year for the replacement of the John Deere grader. We also are considering, we do have two graders, so we're considering downsizing to one grader, and in which case we would put the Champion grader, which is at about the same year, actually 2010. We would look to put one of them on the market on Gov Deals and see what funds we can raise that way. The total budget, as noted in this table, is $1,409,420. So $1,409,420. Funding available is $542,920. And the tax amount is $606,364 as shown in the far right. We did review recoverables. That does show in the budget. It has been, I think, included in this budget line. We had looked at 3 development approvals where we would receive funds for providing what they call design checking and engineering approval of the development. Tower Hill North, we had allowed for $50,000. We have the Ida subdivision in Cameron. It's a Cameron subdivision actually in Ida, and it was $15,000. And we have the Mount Pleasant Estates development in Mount Pleasant was $22,000. So those funds, we expect all 3 of the developments to proceed this year. And according to the consultants, they want to proceed as quickly as possible because the market is really lacking on lots available. So they're told us they would like to proceed as soon as all approvals are in place. The other point that I wanted to make on the budget is that we have talked, I think Director of Finance has introduced the subject matter of the Operations Center in Cavan. The existing building, just to compare numbers, the existing building is 4,100 square feet. The proposed building was 8,100 square feet. And we've been having some conversations with C.N. Watson, Darrell Abbs directly. And initially we looked at the budget line, which was 1.2 million, and it was showing as no development charge recovery. I've indicated, I think previously, that I think the budget number is low on the new building in Cavan. If we use the unit price that was recently received on the tender for the Millbrook Depot, using the square foot price, the building in Cavan, using that number, is 2.85 million. We have had conversations with C.N. Watson, and they've indicated that if we remove the existing building, we would have a possible development charge recovery against that number of 49%. That's just based on square footage. We've also asked the question if we could save that building because we need the building for other equipment, repairs, storage, etc. Because some of our equipment is still outside, even with the new building, and we may provide some parking for Parks and Rec equipment that might be used at Maple Leaf Park. With that building remaining, our conversation actually in the last was today and yesterday. Those 2 conversations, they've indicated that we could get 100% development charge recovery, and that would, of course, be part of their presentation coming forward on February 7th. So two items I'd like to raise. One, I think we should relook the number for the estimated cost of the Cavan Yard, and I think we should explore maximizing the development charge recovery against that building. So those are my comments at this time, and I'm open to questions, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Questions from members of council? Councillor Huntley.
Through you, Chair. Mr. Hancock, you said that you would probably trade in one of the existing graders. So shouldn't you have the trade-in value for that in under that line with for the grader to take away from that 280? And I guess on top of that one, I mean, does the 280 need to, or sorry, do we need to get that grader in the next 2 years, or can we spread it over 3 years?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I think through to Councillor Huntley, first of all, I mean, the number of years you spread a piece of equipment over is really a decision. We looked at the 2010 and felt that the 2-year budget line would certainly, we thought that was reasonable. You could spread it over 3 years, that's possible. I think in regard to the value of the other grader, I look at it and say that it's market driven. I don't know whether it's 80,000, 100,000, 50,000. I think we go and we bring that in, and that should show as recovery. And I wouldn't show it against the 280. I would show it against something coming forward in 2023, because we haven't got the funds yet and we're not sure what the amount is.
All right. So I think through you, Chair, I think so far we've put away what, 50,000 of the 100 that we need. So I think to maintain that 2.5. So I don't know, I would say, spread that grade over 3 years.
We're clear, we're talking about the last line item?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Everybody's getting their meals served during our meeting. I saw the thumbs up, Mr. Hancock.
So happy.
I thought he was thumbs up that he wanted it spread over 3 years.
Just a clarification on his hand motion, that was not for the 3 years, but I'm sure he'll provide comment. So is there any impact if we spread that out over 3 years as we've done with the other vehicles, Mr. Hancock?
I think as we've talked about in the past with equipment, I mean, generally your repairs go up on your equipment as you extend the life of them. It's quite possible to extend it over 3 years, and we make do with what we have. I mean, that's kind of the process. So if the budget line says that we need to save some money and this is a way of doing that, then I have no issues. I think we carry on, and we'll deal with the other grader and bring that back to council once we have more information on the what amount the other grader might raise.
Deputy Mayor Graham?
I'm sorry, I just had to take all the cameras off so I could get down to the budget line that we were talking about. Did you make a forecast or like an estimation, Wayne, as to what the trade-in value of the grader was going to be? Did I miss that? I heard you talking about it, but I didn't hear a number.
Through Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, I have not done that yet. And the reason why is the market conditions out there are really telling us that used equipment is worth much more than we would think. So when you talk to possible buyers, it could range from 40,000 to 80,000. So I think the way to test the market is put it on Gov Deals.
So, but that's the range, 40 to 80 is like, I'm just looking for your best, if it's a range, I'm fine with ranges. Like, you just tell me where we're at. Cause the reason I ask is that I'm less inclined to if we're going to need it sooner than later, and I think with, when we've seen these 10-year capital forecast documents, next year has a lot of lines in it. And I'm sort of, I'd be happy if I knew that it was going to be a 40 or 80. Well, theoretically, that's going to be a reduction in the 280 next year that we're probably going to be happy to see. So of all the years, this might be the year to keep it in whole and then revisit that potential reduction or extrapolation over further years next year. So that's just that's what I was thinking about when you had the document up. So.
And sorry, so just for clarification, it's the second last line on the screen, the 2010 John Deere Grader 31-10 transfer to reserves. 280,000 is what's being proposed this year and next year for a purchase. I'm assuming then in 2023.
We would tender for purchase and delivery. Delivery on these pieces of equipment is running sometimes a year behind, but things can change. So we would call the tender once we knew we had the funding in place.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, Councillor Huntley, on your suggesting of spreading it out, you're suggesting pushing off the purchase so we can spread out the payments, just so I'm clear?
That's my suggestion, is let's spread it out. But I mean, we can revisit that if there's going to be a $40,000 or $50,000, trade-in value on the previous grader, then leave it where it is. Then I'm fine with that.
Okay, all right. Other questions specifically to this spreadsheet with the forecasting on it? Okay, back over to the other one then. Back over to the other sheet, please. So your range you said was 40 to 80.
That's just me talking. I believe we'll have a recovery, and I think it's going to range probably around 60,000. But I'm hard pressed to find out where the market is out there right now, and it's only because, for example, used vehicles, what they call passenger cars, they've gone up 10 to 20,000. So it's hard to judge what the market will carry. And I think the way, the price is in the pudding, you put it forward on Gov Deals and you see what your best offer is, and then we come back on it.
So maybe along the lines of your earlier suggestion, Councillor Huntley, then if the low range, and I know it's a range, Mr. Hancock, but if we were to reduce this year's impact from 280 to 240, take 40 out, that's the low ball of taking that. If we get more, then we'll be able to take more off next year, but at least it recognizes that there is going to be value to it. That'll drop our current budget by another 40,000, and we're honing in on that 2.5%, getting very close. Just a suggestion.
Oh, sounds good. I like that.
Deputy Mayor Graham?
Yeah, as much as, I'd like to get further than the 2.5, but there's just a lot of outliers still, with regards to the library and in regards to whatever is going to come from the motions with regards to the parks. So, I mean, we still have that last meeting to make some of the last stretch, but it's an incomplete puzzle, but I think that's something worth considering. But like I said, so wait, I guess the clarification, Wayne, then, if we're going to be budgeting if we're going to be over these next 2 years, so we're budgeting half this year, half next year, because of the delay in the receipt of the vehicle, would you be tendering it in the fall, like in the fall of this year, and hoping to receive it the full year after, even though we've only allocated for half of it in the budget cycle so far?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Deputy Mayor Gain, I think, typically if we wanted to budget or tender, as they call it, ahead of full budget approval, we would have to bring a report to council saying that we want pre-approval to tender. And because the delivery date is that far out, I would propose to come forward to council later this year in the fall and say, let's call the tender, because you still have the ability to deal with the tender and you'll know the real numbers when they come in. So I would, and it is that type of delivery time. Some of these things are running 12 to 14 months out, and things may change as we say COVID settles down, but right now our delivery dates are all over the place with most items.
Right.
And I guess just to encapsulate, the last idea was relative to the actual grader itself. we would have every intention. We're going to hold on to that until we take possession of the new one, and then it would go on Gov Deals, just so we're clear.
Yeah, my position was that we just, in case your John Deere was basically at a point it was breaking down or something like that, you have the other one to back it up, and you use both at certain times. My issue was that in the long term, if you have a dependable vehicle, let's not have two graders sitting there when we only really need one good one. So that was where my position was. So I was going to propose to put it on Gov Deals once we knew where we were on the budget line and of course the tender dates.
Okay, very good. Okay. Oh, sorry, Ms. Hurley, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Hancock. So just for clarification on that, so you're talking about actually putting it on Gov Deals this year?
I was proposing later this year, and I also was going to seek. I was also going to seek what they call pre-budget approval, or what they call tender this year ahead of budget approval for 2023. That allows you a delivery date of your new machine within a year thereafter. So there's two items there. One is to move your second grader to Gov Deals, and the second item is to call the tender for the new replacement of the John Deere.
Okay, so
I was proposing to do it just in the fall, that's all.
Okay, that we didn't talk about that through the budget. So just for clarification then we potentially could reduce the ask right now, given that you will receive some type of funds through Gov Deals, whether it's 40,000 or 60,000 or whatever that would be, correct?
I think so. I think that was a comment made, and I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, I'm just struggling because you want to
Yeah, I don't.
I'm struggling with you because my understanding is we weren't purchasing this vehicle until 2023 from our discussions. And now,
yeah, in order to get delivery of the vehicle, I think I was suggesting the delivery of the grader, a new grader, is 12 months out. So I was suggesting that if we want to get delivery of it, we'd still budget in 2023, but we get authorization to tender this fall. Do you understand? We did that, for example, with the tandem truck there, the 2000 International. We knew we were going to wait a period of time, so we had what they call pre-budget approval of the amount. We called the tender, and it was 2021 approved, but we aren't taking delivery of the vehicle till March this year.
So I guess I'm just through you, Mr. Chairman, if I may, pardon me. So I would probably reduce the ask right now immediately and leave what you have and a separate report come forward with what yeah, because I think and then a separate report come forward with what you're asking for pre-approval in the fall.
Yes, that's right. And I think the
suggestion. So we're not doing that pre-approval now. I just want to clarify, we're not pre-approving now, correct? Because that's not, okay, thank you. But we are potentially, I'm not sure who mentioned that. I think it was Mayor McFadden, but reducing what that ask is, because you are going to put the current 2010 grader on Gov Deals now.
That's the second grader we were doing, and I just my timing on putting on Gov Deals was this year, but I was waiting until typically you have your what they call calcium and dust season and whatnot. So generally we're out there using both graders at that point, and then I would propose to put it on to Gov Deals and have a recovery on the 280,000 this fall. Does it?
No, I'm just saying you would take a report back to council at a later time, and it would be obviously after the election. Because we go into lame duck, right?
Right, okay. So again, I probably can't get pre-budget approval then, can I?
No.
Well, that's a shit of an idea.
Wow, we got the hands just flying up here to provide comment on that comment. Yeah,
Oh.
and just to set the record straight, this incredible idea about reducing the line item by the amount that we're trading in was not my idea. It was Councillor Huntley's. And with Councillor Huntley, yeah, your hand up, go ahead, and then I got Deputy Mayor Graham. And I'm going to try and wrap this up really quick if we can get this going, because we got to bring this conclusion, because we've got another meeting starting up at 6 and we all need a break. Go ahead, Councillor Huntley.
My suggestion, Chair, would be to split the difference in half. If you can, if 60,000 is what we think we can get for it, then let's take 30 out of this and call it 250.
Anybody else here want to split hairs, or do we just want to throw a motion on the floor? Deputy Mayor Graham, was it relative to this part, or?
It is.
Okay.
I just like, I have no idea why we would be posting it on GovDeals this year when we're not going to be receiving the replacement till potentially 2024. So, right,
just
like
for
that's where you lose me.
Yeah, just for clarification, Deputy Mayor, or through Mr. Mayor to Deputy Mayor, I'm proposing, we have 2 graders and we have what's John Deere and a Champion. And subject to getting through what they call the dust season, I was proposing that we put the Champion grader on GovDeals to bring funds back for replacement. The John Deere, we have to keep in place until we get the new one.
Right, but I think you just mentioned earlier in the previous comment that during that season you have both in operation, and there's still there's still another season before you get the next one.
And
because of the delay.
If you have to make do though, I mean, you have to, if we're moving in that, we make do.
Yeah, I just like, to me I'm trying to understand the rationale, but between selling it a year early and going and being short one in the fleet for the whole season versus just not selling the one we have until we're sure, at least certain of the delivery date of whenever we purchase the replacement. Not that you couldn't have a lead time or you couldn't divest yourself of it before receiving, but I want to know, like, what if the aluminum tariffs or things like that go like crazy due to the inflationary costs, or God knows what's going to happen, and that gets delayed further. Well, we sold it 18 months ago and we're short. Like, to me, it just seems like budgeted full amount this year. We'll recapture, if all goes well, we'll recapture the full value of the disposition at the next year. And like I said, it seems like based on those 10-year forecasts, we're going to have a big capital budget next year. And like, I think I can squirrel away the 40,000 savings, or the 80, between 40 to 80 for next year when we actually know we're going to sell it.
We have a motion. We have one motion that I think to leave it, and the other motion to change it. So it doesn't matter which one I entertain first. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I'll just move to leave it as it is, right, for the time being, and we'll revisit the next budget meeting.
Okay. Do I have a seconder to leave it? Well, I get back to the clerk. Actually, we don't know. We need a motion. Well, yeah, if we're just leaving, we don't need a motion.
Okay. I can do the whole thing. If you want the motion for the whole thing, I can do
okay. So deputy mayors will come later. In the meantime, Councillor Huntley, do you wish to bring forward a motion?
I'll bring forward the motion to knock it down to 250.
Okay, 250. Do I have a seconder? I'll second it. Okay, Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
No.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
and Mayor McFadden.
Yes, motion is approved. And Kimberly, if you can work through the numbers so that we have the next motion when it's ready. Is there any other items in here? Sorry, is this one to the next page, or that's it? That's the final line? Do we have any other items that any members of council wish to bring forward to address?
Did we take, sorry, just for clarification, just and I'm doing the math as we go along. Do we take the full 40 out, or do we?
No, we did 30. I think you said 30, didn't you? Yeah.
I wasn't quite clear, so that's fine. 30 it is.
Motion I have on the table is 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? No. Any other changes, Mr. Hancock, before we continue? Because we're going to get a wrap-up motion here on your section.
No, Mr. Mayor, I think I've the only comment, which is later on the budget, is the capital on for the building. That's the only issue.
Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, we'll have a motion then for the requested purchases to be the number that our finance director gives us and the adjusted total. So we know what the format is. I need a mover and a seconder. This is for the whole thing. Councillor Huntley and Councillor Belch. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
and Councillor Huntley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Very good. Next, we are 8 minutes till 5:30. That is when we're going to take a break. I don't have it in front of me. What's the next section?
We would like to go back to finance towards the top of the capital budget page. It was the only department left.
Okay. And with all due respect, as long as the rest of council is fine with it, I'd like a motion just to wrap it up and approve it to move on to the next one, because we're going to have the same conversation in about a half an hour. So I don't take it personally, but we're at a motion to take it as it is. Moved by Deputy Mayor Graham, seconded by Councillor Huntley. And Madam Clerk, record a vote.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Provide me a little guidance here, Madam Clerk and Ms. Pope, because I'd like to wrap this one up because we're going to continue with this, not continue, we're going to have a new meeting, but all of the discussions that we haven't had thus far, we can continue in the next meeting because we do need to open it up to the public for 6 o'clock. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Graham, you got your hand up?
Just a question before we sign off. Kimberly, by my count, and the reductions that we've done, the levy request is 2.65 right now.
So I was holding the same thing on the other side, but basically $26,708 left to cut if you wanted to keep the 2.5% budget. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. So in inverse, the total levy with as it stands now is 2.646%.
Just take that out of the 1.6. It'll be 1/4% on top of the 2.5, so 2.75.
Very good. Sorry, rewind back. Do I have a motion for the finance IT part? We did get that. And do we vote on it, Madam Clerk?
The IT through Mayor McFadden, yes,
Yes.
you did. It's the finance.
Sorry, I meant the finance. Yes. So is that one done or no?
No, through Mayor McFadden, it has not been done.
Okay, we got a mover and a seconder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Madam Clerk, record a vote.
I apologize, Mayor McFadden. So let me just confirm. You did call a vote, and it was I thought it was to prove as is. I didn't know you meant it was for this finance section because we didn't even have it up yet. I thought the as is was the budget because your first intro was that we were done at 5:30. So yes, if it is to approve the finance as is, we can leave it as it sits. You have a mover of Deputy Graham, seconder of Councillor Huntley, and then you're recorded and it passed. So if that's what the as is was, I apologize. I didn't know what you meant by that. I have a big question mark beside that one. So that's good. Perfect. So it's to prove this section as is.
Absolutely.
Kimberly, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. And so back to the original report of what those recommendations are so that we can move forward. At this point, considering we're going to delve into this again, can we simply receive the operating budget because we're going to have the discussion in half an hour if we can get this closed. And without getting into the details of that, because we're going to do it later, can we just simply receive this? Is that acceptable? Because you're not changing anything in your report between now and half an hour from now.
Through you, Mayor, the only thing that I do is I update on the first slide, just the 4 reductions that we've discussed here during the 1 o'clock meeting to provide an update. We do have a total of $85,000 worth of budget cuts so far, leaving $26,708 on the table. Whether or not we'll absorb that as a tax increase or whether or not we need to further cut, we will flip over to the public meeting so the public can have comment, and then we can resume our discussions thereafter.
Absolutely. And I believe, Mr. Hancock, you wanted further discussion specifically to your operations center, and that will become part of the next meeting as well.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And so, Madam Clerk, just a simple motion at this point, because we've got all of those other motions on the table for Kimberly to update this report, but just a motion at this point to receive that report, that it's sufficient. Because I got movers and seconders and thirders and fourthers for that one right now.
Ms.
I'll
Pope,
vote
are you
twice.
comfortable with that? Like, does that suffice what we need? That we just receive this report? That's a recommendation we'll say, is just that we receive a report for information? Or
Provided
receive it-
provided that at the next meeting at 6 o'clock, when we're finished the public meeting, we go back into further
Absolutely. Yep.
completing this report, and then we can go through the recommendations as to where we ended up.
But just so we're clear, we won't reopen the 1 p.m. It will just be discussed at your 6 p.m. It's the exact same report that's posted for your
Yes.
6 p.m. agenda. Okay, wonderful. Then
Thank
I'm
you.
content with that if everybody else is as well.
Very good. Mover Deputy Mayor Graham, seconder Councillor Huntley. Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham.
Yes.
Motion is approved, confirming bylaw being bylaw number 2022-03, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting held January 20th, 2002 at 1 o'clock p.m. The read first, second, third time signed by the mayor and the clerk and the corporate seal tester too. Oh boy. Deputy Mayor Graham, Councillor Huntley, Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Mayor McFadden,
Yes.
Councillor Belch.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Motion to adjourn for briefly. Deputy Mayor Graham, Councillor Huntley, Madam Clerk, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Graham,
Yes.
Councillor Huntley,
Yes.
Councillor Belch,
Yes.
and Mayor McFadden.
Yes. Motion is approved. Very good.
Notice
Adjourn.
of-
See you in half an hour.
Notice of motion that county and township budget meetings are no longer on the same